Good morning, everyone. We'll have a small delay and begin at 9:10. Thank you. Please take a seat. The conference will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. Wait. 哎，有声音吗？可以大声一点。喂，可以吗？好像再大声一点。有啊。
Wait. We're still waiting for the commentator to get online. He's online now, so we can start.
9, 10. Another 20 seconds.
20 seconds. So we are starting another 15 seconds. Okay. Hi, now it's 9:10. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of today's conference. I'm Ping Chia-Feng from Taiwan, and it's really my honor and pleasure to introduce to you our keynote speaker this morning, Mr. Xiaman Lanboan. Xiaman Lanboan is a prominent Tao Aboriginal writer. He received his BA in French, MA in anthropology, and PhD candidacy in Taiwan literature from National Cheng Kung University. He spent his school years in Taiwan, the main island, until the 1980s when he returned to take part in the civil protest against nuclear waste deposit on his home island, Angoso Notai. I hope I pronounced it correctly, which is known as Orchid Island, Lanyu. 1992, he published The Myths of Badaiwan, a bilingual collection of traditional tales and myths of the Tao. Other titles forming a part of the tradition of indigenous literature of Taiwan and the Pacific include Cold Sea Deep Passion, 1997, Black Wings, 1999, The Memories of the Waves, 2002, The Sailor's Face, 2007, The Old Seaman, 2009, Eyes of the Sky, 2012, Drifting Dreams of the Ocean, 2014, The Death of Narun Miran, 2015, The Eyes of the Ocean, 2018, I Wish to Be a Fish, Scale of the Ocean, 2021, and the latest one is A Man Without Mailbox, just published recently. His work has been translated into French, Japanese, Spanish, and German. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Xiaman Lanboan.
朋友们早安。声音呢？其实我是黄西亚老师的朋友，同时也是这个会议的局外人。
I'm a friend of Professor Huang, but I feel like I'm an outsider here too.
今天有这个机会跟在座的朋友们是我的荣幸。
It's my honor to be here today.
虽然我念过人类学，其实基本上我是一个很严肃的一个作家。
Although I'm an anthropologist, I'm also a serious writer.
所以我知道西方人类学的书写的角度是从那一个方面切入的。
So I know how to see things from the Western anthropologist angle.
今天我就开始我今天小小的一个讲题，叫做“罗素与海洋的圣域”。
So I'm going to share my title with you today. It's called Bare Trees and Sacred Ocean.
我所谓的罗素是山的孩子，是许多的森林。森林是一个自然生长在山的土地上，所以我称之为它是罗素。
So by bare tree, I mean that the wild trees growing in the mountain and they are the original trees in the mountain.
接下来我从我的角度来说的话，罗素基本上是山的食物。
So from my perspective, it is the food in the mountain.
那么这个树对我的民族，它变成了一艘船。
And for my people, they become our tatala.
一艘船就可以拿来抓鱼，所以那个鱼是因为有了这棵树，我们造了船，我们才吃到所谓的食物鱼类。
So with the tatala, the canoe, we are able to catch fish and provide food for our people.
所以我说第三是这罗素大船海洋，第四是新安路道路的那个新安路道路，也就是说我们有一首歌，就是说这一首歌是没有一个地上的人类不仰望天空。
So there's a song called Shinautawu. In our language, it means that no human beings on earth that never lift their head up to look at the sky.
有一个名称叫做阳光，它照射这个地球是很亮的。
So the sun shines upon us, it's really bright.
有一个比较阴暗的光叫做月光。
And there's also a darker light we call moonlight.
可是阳光和月光从来都是公平均分照射大地。
But the sunlight and the moonlight, they're fair, they shine upon everyone.
可是地表上的人类呢，
But
创造了一切，也破坏了一切。
But people on earth, we create everything, but we also destroy everything.
大家站在这边是因为你们创造了美丽的知识，让我们在这边交流。
We're here today because we create this beautiful knowledge and we can share.
我站在这边是因为我创造了我的身体的知识。
I'm here today because I create this bodily knowledge of myself.
从我的角度来说地表上的人类制造灾难的几率比大自然制造灾难的几率高。
So from my perspective, I think we create more disaster than the natural disaster.
这是我的谬论。
That's my point of view.
因为我要从海洋的角度及鱼类生物的水世界来跟在座的朋友们做一个交流。
So I also want to share with you from the perspective of ocean, the water world.
接下来，这个吗？这个是我的岛屿。
This is my island.
这是我的岛屿，台湾的东南方的一个小岛。而这个岛屿呢，存在了有许多的神话的故事。神话的故事不在于它传递着正确的知识，也不在于传递着错误的知识，它传递着这个岛屿对宇宙的感情。
So this is my island, is in the southeast of Taiwan, and we have a lot of myth from this island. It's not about right or wrong. It's about our worldview.
这个我们叫做芋头田。
This is our taro farm.
然后这个水芋田呢，在这个岛屿已经存在了将近1000年，可是岛上的妇女每一年都在种植所谓的芋头。
And this taro farm has been on our island for over 1,000 years, and our women work in this field every day.
芋头是我们的食物，也是我们做仪式的食物。
So taro is our staple food, but we also use it. It's also critical for our fishing.
芋头是女人的世界，都是在水田上的。
So we say that the taro field is the world of our women.
女人的战争来自于她的芋头好不好吃。女人是有战争的。
So the war between women, they fight over whose field is better, whose taro is better.
可是，在我的民族很奇怪，某些女人长得很美的，她的芋头真的是很好吃。
So it's a strange thing in our island that some beautiful women, they do have really beautiful field and really tasty taro.
真的是这样很奇怪的那个对比，丑的女人确实是她们种的芋头很勤劳，可是不太好吃。
It's a strange thing on our island. It's true that some less beautiful women, they have less beautiful field and less tasty taro.
但这句话不能跟我太太讲啊。
But please don't tell my wife about this.
女人的芋头就是男人在海上的飞鱼。
So for men on the ocean, it's the flying fish.
可是男人的命比女人苦，
We have harder life as men
因为男人要抓也要长得像我这样的英俊不多了。
because we need to go catch fish and you have to look really handsome like me.
这个是在1980年代的时候，这是女人种的芋头，男人去帮忙。这个芋头是女人的财富，也是她的名誉。
So this photo was taken in the 80s, 90s. So the women work in the field, but men will go into the field to help too. And the taro, the field, is the reputation of our women.
芋头是我民族的原初的食物。
Taro is our original food.
芋头的种类有8种，
We have 8 different types of taro.
有一种芋头叫做天神的芋头，
So we have one we call taro from God.
还有一种芋头叫做捐你的芋头。
We have another taro, we call it from goddess.
然后女人的知识来自于对这个土壤、对这个芋头的细心，建立了女人的知识论。
So our women, they really have to know about the soil, the field, their taro field.
可能这些芋头它是没有经济价值的，
So this taro, they can't sell really good money,
可是它就是女人的血汗。
but those are the blood and sweat of our women.
这种原初的食物不像我们在都市所吃的所有的化合混合的食物不太一样。
So the taro we grow is different from the food we can eat in the cities.
吃一粒芋头，我今天就不用吃饭。
So if I eat taro, I don't need rice anymore.
所以这些芋头对海洋民族是最好的，航海到菲律宾、航海到台湾、航海到南太平洋的最好的食物。
So taro for people who sail on the ocean like us is the best food for us because we can bring them on our journey.
所以女人的食物跟海洋是有直接和间接的亲密的关系。
So the taro women grow is really intimate with the fish man has to catch, and it's closely related to our navigation tradition.
我跑到印度，我跑到印尼，跑到菲律宾，跑到Cook Island 的 Rarotonga， 跑到斐济，跑到关岛，跑到 Solomon， 跑到大溪地，他们对芋头的待遇从来没有像我们民族那样的神圣。
So I have been to a lot of different islands like Indonesia, Fiji, Solomon Islands, and other different islands. But none of these islands, they view taro as we do. Like we consider taro really sacred.
可是这个芋头这些芋头对你们来说，它不是一个未来的食物，它一直是一个过去的食物。
But taro for you, you might not consider them the food of future, but the food in the past.
因为我的小孩子、孙子们已经不再吃芋头了，
Because my child, my grandchild, they don't eat taro anymore.
芋头田变成了民宿。
So our taro farm were turned into B&B hotel.
这是另外一个新的趋势。
This is a new trend.
这个怎么又没有红点？ 这个是我前几年在山里面砍的一棵树。
So this was a few years ago. I cut down a tree in our mountain.
诶，怎么来了？怎么？这棵树它在山里面已经是快100年的一棵树。
The tree was 100 years old.
树是山的食物。
So tree is the food of the mountain.
所以我在砍它的时候，我必须说话，跟树。
So when I cut down the tree, I have to talk to the tree.
因为它不是神经病。
It's not like I'm a lunatic.
它从这么小棵的长到这个大棵，它是有生命的。
Because when the tree grows from little to such a big tree, they have life.
所以要把它伐木的时候，他跟我必须对话。
So when I cut the tree down, I have to talk to them.
那些话，譬如说，你顺着我的斧头，你顺着我的力量，赶快倒下来，让我们早一点在海上乘风破浪。
I will say to the tree things like, just go with me, just fall, and then I will make you in a tatala so we can sail together.
其实，在兰屿岛上，像我这种男人几乎是没有了哦。大家都会造船，可是，在造船的时候，我讲的比较严肃一点，就是你要再过来台湾念书，没有这种人类了。在兰屿岛，其实在台湾也没有像我这样子的人，所以我讲这个话不是开玩笑，我是讲真实的话哈。
So it's really hard to find men like me now on the island. People don't really cut down the trees anymore. They don't respect the tree like me anymore.
我是命很苦的达悟的男人。
So I had a really difficult life.
这怎么考上？啊，诶，怎么又跳到上面一点好吗？这棵树对我来说的话，是我10岁跟我父亲10岁之后，我32岁回到兰屿，我天天去拜访这棵树。
So this tree, I first met it when I was 10. And when I returned to the island when I was 33, I go up to the mountain every day to talk to the tree.
一棵树的生命被人类创造。
So we create the life of that tree.
一棵树的生命可以创造某一些经济的价值。
So it's not about the economic value of that tree.
但对我的民族来说的话，我们创造了海洋的艺术品，叫做达达拉。
So for us, it's the aesthetic of ocean. We create this beauty and we call it tatala.
而这个就是我们食物的来源。
And this is the source of our food.
好，下一张。这棵树我砍了有32棵树，32棵树。
I cut down 32 trees.
我花了1年多的时间做完这艘船。
It took me over a year to finish building this tatala.
花了很长的时间去思考人类和森林的关系。
I spent a lot of time thinking our relationship with the forest.
我花了很长的时间去研究我的民族的神话的故事。
I spent a lot of time studying the myth of our people.
原来神话的故事里面有太多了宇宙的问题、海洋的问题跟人类之间的关系。
So when I think about our myth, I found that we really talk about a lot about our relationship with the forest, with the ocean.
于是，在我的民族，你身体先到，你才有知识。
So our people, we know that our body has to be there first, so that we have this knowledge.
我们的话永远是在身体的后面。
So we always talk after our body go there.
然而对我来说的话，我这个年纪究竟还有多少个人在我岛上坐船呢？我数不到10个了。
So there's less than 10 people on my island now still building tatala.
我的同学，我们有20几个男人，像我这样子的男人，真正会坐船的只有我一个。
So all my classmates, we have over 20 classmates, but only me am the only one who's still building Tatala.
我不是在称赞我自己，
I'm not praising myself.
我是在追求人类和树与森林之间的那种亲密关系的知识，究竟是在我民族是如何被延续的。
So what I'm pursuing is this intimate relationship with the forest and this knowledge and how we can continue this knowledge.
你用斧头，你才知道你的身体的脆弱。
So only after you use the axe to cut down the tree, you know how fragile your body is.
你用斧头的时候，你就会知道我民族的祖先如何来去创造这种流线型的船只。
So only after you cut down this tree, we know how our ancestors passed this knowledge down to us.
因为我们的斧头和木头，它也是一个很神秘的相遇。
So our ox and our taro is this sacred meeting.
接下来，这艘船后来就变成了这个模型啊。
So this is the Tatala I built.
因为部落的人知道我完成了一艘船之后，我们就要试航，而它就是海洋的化妆品。
So people from my tribe knew that I built a Tatala and we have to give it a trial in the ocean. And this is our decoration to the ocean.
当我的儿子在阿姆斯特丹下船下了数十次之后，他说：“爸爸，那边的船真是大。”
So after my son had sailed several times from Amsterdam, and he said, "Oh, the boat there is really, really big."
他说：“我们现在坐的船真的是小。”
And he said, "The Tatala we built is really, really small."
可是我站在我们的船，我发现我是有血液在流的一个男人。
But when I sail my Tatala, I feel the blood rushing in me.
我们从这个船去追求我们的食物，
So we get our food with Tatala.
那个食物叫做飞鱼。
So our food is called flying fish.
这个是另外一个场景，这个是我自己划船捕飞鱼，然后在海上待个4、5个小时，从7点钟待到晚上的12点。
So this is another thing. This is I went sailing by myself to catch flying fish, and I spent over 4 hours on the ocean.
所以我的双手是汽油。
So my arms get really sore, but really strong.
不是 strong 了，是汽油了。
气流.
是 gas。
Oh, yes.
对，就是机动船吃汽油，我的双手是汽油。
Okay. So my arms become the engine of the motor boat.
因为我的手不动的时候，我的船不会前进。
Because if I stop moving my arms, my boat won't go.
可是我还要应付暗流，还要应付大浪，还要应付所有的这个叫做知识。
And I have to deal with all the current, the waves, and this is our knowledge.
叫一个汉人上船，连上船的那个程序都不会所以我们是不同的男人的价值我的价值不在于城市，我的价值是在于这个地方。
So my knowledge is on the ocean. I know how to sail the ocean, but I believe Ham people can do this.
我没有说要欺负都市的男人了没有那个意思，做一个比较而已
I'm not looking down on men from the city. I'm just comparing.
只是在你们眼前的就是这种野性的男人
So I'm just presenting to you a really wild man.
所以在这边我们发现到了海洋有它的一个神秘性。
So we see the mysteriousness of the ocean here.
当科学的数字研究海洋的化学、研究海洋的生物、研究海洋的物理学的时候，基本上你还是摸不到海洋的神秘。
So when you study everything about ocean, you can study about the creatures, the current, everything, but you still don't understand the mysteriousness of the ocean.
因为科学对海洋没有感情，
Because science don't have feelings toward ocean.
科学也对人类没有感情。
Science don't have this feeling towards man.
但科学创造了很多很多可以解决人类的一切问题的数字，科学真的是很厉害。
So science, we create a lot of numbers and can solve a lot of problems. It is really fantastic,
但它没有海洋厉害。
but it's not as great as the ocean.
这个就是我抓的非遗。我抓的非遗不是有经济性的价值，可是它就有我的生活的美学，我的劳动，我的所有的辛苦都是在里面，甚至我的文学也是在里面。
So this is a flying fish I caught. So this is my aesthetics. This is my bodily work. This is all my labor and my knowledge here.
这种鱼竿是不是在座的朋友们所在追求的未来的食物？它是不是其中之一的一个问题呢？我不知道。
So this dried flying fish, I don't know if you consider the food of the future.
你们创造了未来的食物，我在创造过去的食物，这个是不互相违背的。
So maybe you're creating food for the future and I'm creating the food of the past, but it's not contradicting.
即使这样的非遗，我太太吃了之后呢，她说非常难吃。
So my wife tasted this flying fish and she didn't like it.
所以这些鱼竿都是我在吃的，
So I ate all the flying fish.
所以我不会长胖啊。
So I don't grow fat.
另外一种境界，另外一个层次，就是说，我的罗命是拿来跟海水谈恋爱的啊。
So another level is my life is to spend this really intimate relationship, this love relationship with the ocean.
在水世界，我看到的鱼类，刚刚开始我只是以为那只是一些鱼而已。
So when I first saw the fish in the ocean, I thought they were just fish.
结果我潜水潜了20-30年之后，原来鱼类作为一个人类的食物，它是有知识的，也有文化的，也有美学的。
But after diving into the ocean for 20, 30 years, I realized there's so much knowledge about this fish.
从我的角度来说的话，原来我的民族对鱼类的文化分类的非常清楚。
So I learned that in our culture, we characterize this fish.
我过去是一个很好的一个自由潜水的人，
I was a really good pre-diver.
所以我观察鱼类的行为观察了20-30年。
So I observed the behaviors of the fish for 20, 30 years.
从纯粹的食物的角度来说的话，
From the perspective of food,
南鱼的人分成女人吃的鱼和男人吃的鱼。
so we have fish for women and fish for men.
然而，女人吃的鱼确实是比较漂亮，然后有的游泳在水世界，有的泳比较优雅。
So the fish for women, they're generally more beautiful and more graceful.
这个是事实。
It's the truth.
男人吃的鱼是比较丑陋，也游泳的姿势也比较难看。
So the fish for men, they're more ugly and less graceful.
这个不是我的话，是我民族的话。
This is not my own saying. This is a saying of my people.
意思说，我们是尊敬女性的民族，
So it means that we respect women.
我们不是汉民族，汉民族是歧视女性的民族。
So we're not Han people. We don't look down on women.
那这句话可以省略哈。
Please ignore that.
下一章。 这里面叫做女人吃的鱼，女人吃的鱼不在于说她是漂亮，可是她比男性吃的鱼聪明。
So this is a fish for women. They're more beautiful, but they're also smarter.
可是很奇怪的是，我民族的女性比较没有智慧，我不知道。
But I have to say, I think our woman is less smart.
这个是事实啊。
It's also the truth.
所以我还是要抓鱼给我太太吃啊。
So I still have to catch fish for my wife.
可是她经常羞辱我。
But she always disgraced me.
鱼类对人类的社会究竟有重要不重要？我想在座的朋友们，如果你不是肉食性的一个人的话，你可能对鱼类是有好感的。
So I don't know if fish is important for you, but I believe if you don't eat meat, fish will be really important for your meals, for your diet.
可是鱼类是不是可以像马铃薯，可以像一薯薯，可以像很多很多的食物，可以改良它的基因吗？
So, but can we do genetic engineering on this fish like we do on potatoes and a lot of crops?
这鱼类的基因是不能改变的，
We can't change their genes,
马铃薯的基因可以改变，
but we can change the genes of potato.
可是人类猎杀海洋的生物鱼类，逐年的增加，渔获量也逐年的减少。
But we catch more and more fish, and there are less and less fish in the ocean.
我现在还在潜水，
I'm still diving,
鱼类变少了，
and I saw less fish.
傻瓜鱼变得聪明了，
And those less smart fish, no, they're really smart.
全球的气候也在改变了。
And I can see climate changing.
我的身体逐渐感受到，鱼类的世界逐渐被人类威胁到了他们生存的大海的世界。
I can feel with my body the fish world is threatened by human beings.
前年我上了一次高雄的一个大船，
So the year before, I went on a really big boat in Kaohsiung.
他们用那个拖曳网，不
They
是
have this
拖里，
net,
就是拖曳网，
they have this dragging net.
拖里
Yeah.
，TRLW 的，拖曳网。
Trailing.
它海底那个鱼类上来说是整个房间这样大的鱼，
They caught
这样
this
多的
much
鱼。
fish.
可是我看了说，原来这些不是鱼类，
When I saw it, I think those weren't fish.
那种科学工具抓的鱼真的不叫做鱼类。
So when you use these tools to catch fish, they're not fish.
我很难解释，我看到的这些鱼类居然是这样子分配给不同地区的人类作为他们的类的食物。
So it's really hard for me to explain how I feel when I see this fish being caught and distributed to different people.
如果我可以说的话，
I can say
我住在小岛有我的好处，
there's a upside, there's a good thing about living on a small island,
也有我的悲剧，
but there's also tragic
因为我不能称为城市的知识分子，
because I can't be called a scholar.
我是变成这个知识分子，我是抓鱼的知识分子。我们用鱼是我们的生活美学，就是把它用成这样子。
But I have this knowledge about catching fish, and this is the aesthetics of our lives.
可是很多台湾的朋友们喜欢吃我这种的鱼，
But a lot of friends from Taiwan, they like to eat this kind of fish.
可是更多的人不敢吃，
But a lot of people, they don't eat this
因
fish
为苍蝇粘过。
because there are a lot of flies.
下一张，这是我跟我儿子做的船。海洋的生意在这个时候我跟儿子正在实践我跟海洋之间的亲密的关系。
So this is the tatala I built with my son. And at this moment, we are practicing this intimacy with the ocean.
我很多的外甥和侄儿，他们都有快艇，
So I have a lot of nephews. They have this motorboat.
他们一个晚上可以抓1000尾以上的飞鱼。
So in a night, they can catch over 1,000 fish.
我跟我儿子有时候一个晚上只有抓20条、30条。
My son and I can only catch about 20 to 30 fish a night.
但我认为我跟我儿子抓的那个鱼是叫做真正的食物。
But I consider those fish I caught with my son real food.
因为我们的双手是汽油。
Because we use our arms as gas, as engine.
我就在海上静静的等着飞鱼来冲网。
So I sit in the ocean and wait for a flying fish to jump into our net.
在这个同时，我开始教育我的儿子如何看星星，如何看月亮，如何看云层的变化，如何看海水的变化。
So at the same time, I was teaching my son to observe the constellation, the stars, and the cloud, and the current, the ocean.
因为这是我们生存的基本的知识。
Because those are the survival skills, knowledge of our people.
我们看月亮、看潮汐，我们会知道自己跟海洋之间的关系，哪里有飞鱼，这是要靠经验，而不是靠知识。
So we can tell from experiences how to look at the moon and know where the flying fish are.
也许我刚刚说的那些知识，我们在现代的所谓大气学里面都可以写到，可是你写不到观测海流的知识。
Maybe you can learn this through science, but you can't learn the knowledge of our people through science.
然而，这个船跟这个海洋跟这个人形成了在黑色的海洋成为一个共合体。
So in this really dark ocean, I feel like we have this co-belonging with the ocean.
这种共合体在我的岛上越来越少。
But less and less people, they have this knowledge or this feeling of co-belonging with the ocean on my island.
在我的部落只有2个船这样子划船捕飞鱼，在3个部落不到5艘船用这种船继续抓飞鱼。
So from my tribe, there's only 2 tatala like this and still in use. On the whole island, there are only 5.
世界的气候在变迁了，
So we see this global climate change.
我的民族也在变化了。
My people is also changing.
所有的男人以前都要有1艘船才叫做男人。
So in the old days, our men has to have a tatala to be considered a man.
所以现在很多没有那些船的人都不叫做男人。
So for our ancient generation, those who don't have a tatala, we don't think they're a man.
可是那些不是男人都比我有钱。
But those we don't consider men, they are richer than me.
假如一个民族的传统的知识、木船的知识、海洋的知识，在我这个时代断绝了之后，这个民族也不用称呼叫做海洋民族了。
So if the knowledge stopped at my generation, we don't know about the ocean, about navigation anymore, about catching flying fish anymore. We don't call ourselves the people of the ocean anymore.
接下来，由于我们生活在不同的星球，这个是我的民球在为10人大船庆祝，因为10人大船会带给我们一个家族的和谐，一个家族的食物，一个部落的和谐，会从这个故事产生一个很多很多的社会和谐的脉络。
So my conclusion, we live on different planets. And in this photo, you can see the celebration of this 10-man canoe from our tribe. We celebrate this huge canoe because the canoe can bring harmony to our people and connect our people.
同时，这艘船会共同去创造我们从海里面拿出来的捕的鱼，那个叫做我们共同的食物。
So with this huge tatala, this huge boat, we will catch food for our people and we can share the food.
对于我
for me.
究竟还有我的民族，究竟还有多少人像我这样子的一个心境，这样子的体悟，很少了。
How many people from my tribe, from my island, still think and feel like I do? I think there's only few.
在这个时候，同时也要感谢我自己的努力。
And I want to thank myself for my own effort.
我没有努力的话，我今天不会在这边跟在座的朋友们做交流。
Without making effort from my end, I won't be here today.
我只是一个作家。
I'm just a writer.
谢谢各位。
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. Now we actually have a commentator who's online, Professor Dana Powell. She's an associate professor at Appalachian State University in the States. And I believe she visited, she was a visiting scholar at National Donghua University in Hualien. And she has also visited Orchid Island. That was Xiamen. So Professor Powell, please.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone there. It's evening here and quite dark where I am, but I hope you can see me and hear me okay. Is my audio okay? Can everyone hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be with all of you, and I wish I was there in person. That was my original intention when this conference was originally planned for earlier in the year, was to be with you in person. So thank you so much for letting me join you virtually. I want to begin, of course, by thanking Professor Huang Xinya for the invitation to be a part of this really exciting conference and to comment on this presentation. I also want to thank Lin Tiahua and Kimmy for helping me long distance with the communications and the technical parts of this. I couldn't have done this without their ongoing support in recent weeks. I want to thank and recognize my colleagues that are there in the audience, many of my former students at National Donghua University. It's so wonderful to know that you're there. Lan Yu and many of the issues that were just shared were a central part of the course that I offered at Donghua in the spring. And I was able to do that with the support of Professor Xie Rolan and with my students, Tim Seekings, Jenny Zhao, who are there in the audience, Colton Hast, Hongmei Li, and many others. So I just want to say hello and thank you, because the topics and ideas that have just been shared with us are things that we've all been working through together for many months. And ultimately, I want to say thank you to my colleague and new friend, Mr. Shaman Lapuan, for these inspiring words and for the opportunity just really to reflect back to you some of what I heard. Also, in relation to what I heard from you when I was able to visit with you in April. So I was able in April to visit at Mr. Lapuan's home studio in Lanyu, also with my spouse, Eric Karchmer, and our 3 sons. So thank you again, Mr. Lapuan, for welcoming us into your home that day and for the lessons of that day. So what I'm going to say now is in response to what I've just heard, but also some things I've been thinking about very intensely since you shared your lessons and stories with us last April in your home. And I should say I'm coming to you right now from Western North Carolina, from the homelands of the Jalagi or Cherokee people in Southern Appalachia. And so it's a real honor to connect this Indigenous territory with the Indigenous territories there across Austronesian Taiwan, and of course, Dao in particular. It's my honor to be able to do this connective work. So I was only in Lanyu for 5 days in April, but I was able to witness the significance of the taro, the feiyu, the flying fish, and the tatala, the ocean, and the forests. Mr. Lapuan and his colleagues enabled us to have firsthand experience of the significance of all of these places and relationships that are at the center of life, as he's just described for us. And that day in April at your home, you also spoke about, as you did tonight, the shortcomings of science, and especially what scientific knowledge can fully comprehend. In April and also tonight, you challenged the epistemic authority, we might say, or the superiority of scientific knowledge to claim a kind of complete knowledge about entities like the ocean. And you showed us that there's another kind of knowledge, another way of knowing, which is a knowing through feeling and a knowing through a kind of experience over time that illuminates some of the gaps that science leaves behind. This is a knowledge that arises, you've told us tonight and you told us in April, from a different kind of relationship. And so that's something I think we can all take away from this keynote, is the nature of the relationship, women's relationship with tarot, men's relationship with fish, everyone's relationship with the oceans, with the forest, that there's a different kind of intimacy there that yields a different kind of knowing. You spoke about long-term observation of the fish, in fact, over decades. And I heard that in April when we were on the island from other elder Tao people as well, the multi-generational, multi-decades of observation. Some might, in fact, see that as the basis of the scientific method, right? Observation carefully over time. But the observation that you're describing is not detached observation. It's not an observation from the outside. It's not an observation from a higher position of power. And it's not an observation that operates through a kind of gaze that Michel Foucault described as a gaze that seeks to dissect or a gaze that seeks to order. It's a very different kind of observation. It's an observation that you've described being embedded in a set of affective relationships, relationships with fish, with tarot, with trees, with oceans, and a kind of affective set of relationships where all of those other than humans, the tarot, the fish, the oceans, the currents, the weather that you taught us to notice in April, that these are also working with you to generate knowledge. So there's a kind of co-production of knowledge that's at work, which is very different than the positivist or detached sort of scientific method that many of us have been trained in over time. This is a different modality of producing knowledge through relationships with these territories. In your words, you said this is a kind of practicing intimacy. And so what I'm thinking about is, what would it be like for all of us, for anthropologists, for Indigenous studies students, for all of us as writers, as doers, as thinkers, to use this kind of practicing intimacy as a central kind of method for our own work? In many ways, then it's kind of the opposite of the traditional scientific method, isn't it? Which is about practicing a kind of distance, right? A detachment, an estrangement in order to know. What you're talking about is a kind of practicing intimacy, which is the foundation of knowledge. You teach us about catching, drying, and eating the feiyu, the flying fish, as an aesthetics of life. And to me, what I hear you describing, both in April and today, is that this aesthetic is also a kind of political aesthetic, right? It's an aesthetic that is more than about beauty, more than about literature, more than about the kind of affective quality of those most elegant strings of flying fish that are drying in the sun. It was so wonderful to see those, to learn not to walk under them, but to keep a good distance and observe them drying all over the coasts of Lanyu when we were there. But I'm hearing you talking about an aesthetic of life that's actually a kind of political aesthetic. And I would suggest that it's a political aesthetic because it's anchored in everyday practices of being Tao in the face of the encroachment of many kinds of forces. So it's a political aesthetic of being Tao in the face of the encroachment of intensive tourism, which has only gone on the rise since COVID-19 and the closing of Taiwan's borders, as we've learned. An encroachment of low-level nuclear waste since the 1980s, which still looms there at Dragon's Gate in the south part of the island. It's an encroachment of different and difficult kinds of sustainability challenges, wastewater management, disposal. And it's certainly an encroachment, as you've mentioned, of the impacts of climate change there on the island with weather events, with rising sea levels. So amidst all of these encroachments and intensifications of other kinds of threats or inputs into Dao life, what the act of catching, drying, preserving this fish as a food for the future is a kind of political aesthetic. This to me is more than cultural heritage, right? Cultural heritage is one way we might think about the taro, the fish, the cutting of the trees to make the tatala. But to me, it is more than that. Cultural heritage is a useful framework. It's a useful way of thinking. It really attunes us to the necessity of revitalizing and re-energizing certain kinds of cultural practices that affirm people's sense of we, that collective identity. But I'm hearing Mr. Lapointe talk about more than that, talk about something that exceeds cultural heritage frameworks because it's about knowledge for the future, and it's about that kind of political aesthetic of self-determination, the ability of Dao people to ensure the futurity of Dao people for Dao people. So that's a kind of self-determination and a sense of establishing and defining a futurity through these practices that I think is far more wide-reaching and maybe more generative than the frameworks of cultural heritage. So as we think about the future of Bongsono Dao, of Lan Yu, and of this very complicated relationship that exists between Han society on mainland Taiwan and Dao people, Dao history, we might think about Lan Yu as a place to think from. A lot of Huang Xinya's work has invited us to do this as well. But what it means to think from Lan Yu rather than thinking from the mainland, any of the other mainlands, and to evaluate and to try to build collectively together a kind of Dao futurity that's defined by the kinds of projects that Mr. Lapointe has shared with us tonight. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share a few thoughts on this really exhilarating and inspiring talk. And it's such a pleasure and honor for me that I'm able to talk to you from North Carolina and also reflect back on my own opportunity to be in Bongsono Dao with Mr. Lapointe and all of our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Powell. I think we still have like 7 minutes, and we can see on the screen there's a hands up. Is Maury? I cannot see it. Maury, do you have a question? Maury, do you have, or Mary, do you have a question? Morning. Okay. 你要把他的那个声音打开。
He said not yet. He left a message in the chat box.
So we'll take questions from the floor now. Any 有没有那个打字的 No written comment? Okay. So any questions from the floor? Comments or questions? Sure.
Yes, hello, good morning. My name is Theodore Richard. I have a question for the speaker this morning because you mentioned that right now the cultural tradition of making the tatala is reducing very strongly, and you talk about your cousins who are using motorboats. So how do you interact with your cousins or with the younger generations and about this? How do you if you are working so hard, right, to maintain the traditional culture, how do you deal with that when you see all your siblings and your younger generations from that line not do that?
谢谢你的问题。我们共同的问题会存在，就海洋永远是存在的，非遗永远是存在的。
Thank you for your question. And we believe that the ocean will always be there. The flying fish will always be there.
这是猎语的攻击是不同的，
But we have different tools to catch flying fish.
因此我们的信仰是不同的。
So we have different beliefs.
也就是说，我们尊敬海洋的那种神圣性是它的层级是有问题的。
So we have different ways to respect the ocean.
那些侄儿都是我旁边的孩子们，他们很会抓鱼，
So all the nephews, they're really good at catching fish too.
可是他们抓到了他们的喜悦，没有抓到了他们神秘的应趣。
But they didn't catch this mysteriousness, the sacredness of the ocean.
因为我的船，我是用传统的那个渔网这样子放，就这样。可是现在的蓝屿的人，他们用聚光灯，
So I use the traditional tools, the net of my people to catch flying fish, but they use this spotlight.
所以我们感情很好，可是我们对待海洋生物的态度不太一样。
So I'm really close with them, but we have different attitudes toward the creatures.
你要怎么选择？我一点权利说你不能这样，一点权利都没有。
So I don't have any rights to say anything to them.
因此，所谓的达达拉，它会被历史的时间消灭。
So I'm afraid Tatala will be gone one day.
简单的说，森林的知识、造船的知识、海洋的知识就这样子消失了。简单的说，
So our knowledge of mountain, trees, and ocean, they may disappear one day.
可是我们的感情还是很好。但是简单来说的话，这个很难讲，因为会伤害到他们的。
We're still really close, but I can't really say anything to them because I don't want to hurt them.
因为我不是政客，我抓鱼是纯粹为了我的生存的食物抓鱼。
I'm only catching fish to survive for my food.
地方政客他们要拉票，就拿飞鱼送给他的选民，现在是这个策略。
But the politician from my island, they will catch a lot of fish to give to people.
简单的说，因为大家社会都在改变吧。简单的说这样，谢谢。
To put it simply, the society is changing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a question for both Shaman and Shinya together. I am wondering about this collaboration that you have had through the Asia Pacific Observatory for, I think, going on, let's see, it is 7 years. 7 years that the Asia Pacific Observatory has been collaborating with Shaman. So Shaman said that this intimate bodily knowledge that is produced through Tata but also through diving is in danger. It is in risk. And I'm wondering, do you think that there is a potential in the observatory, in the Humanities for the Environment observatories, to bring attention or attentiveness to this multi-species relationship that we need to protect? We need to somehow ensure that it won't go away. This is a sort of unfair question because it's an impossible question, but I was just wondering if maybe we could think about that for just a second. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Adamson, for that very radical question. It is radical. I have no comparison at all with the navigator, the poet. I'm one of the many beneficiaries of his knowledge, which is very down to the ocean, not just down to the earth, very practical, very bodily. Whereas all the time we confine ourselves as academic within the four walls of our office, of the archive, of the library. I feel a kind of dissatisfaction about my life, right? I feel I have nothing to give to my students because they are smart enough to absorb any knowledge that they can read. And the more they read, the more they alien themselves, detach themselves from the true reality, from the everyday practice, that whenever we say about social engagement, we don't actually engage at all. We imagine we engage through certain kind of virtual reality that we create. Right? So Xiamen is the land. Xiamen is the ocean. Xiamen is the material base that all of a sudden, I myself, as a migrant, a diaspora, I feel at home in this island. My father came from mainland China after 1949. So all through my life, I don't feel settled in at all, even though I'm on an island. I never before that thought that I need to be close to develop certain kind of intimate relationship with the ocean that surrounds the island. I feel I'm still in the continent. My ideology is based on a continent, based on China, which my father brought with him to Taiwan. And in the old days, we read about 太阳下山, and the sun set behind the mountain. So we take it for granted that sun set behind the mountain. And Xiamen told me, no, sunset behind the sea, into the sea, 太阳下海. How can you say sunset behind the mountain? We never think about it because it's there in our textbook. He made me think, as Donna said, Danyu, all the island, the smallness is the kind of beauty that really triggered my passion and commitment about this. Like, why am I doing this? Right? I think I really appreciate Donna's comment. Number one, this relationship with our scholarship has to be effective. It has to be passionate. It has a certain kind of commitment, right? And that is the kind of commitment that he triggered in me. I have a different life for sure, but he sort of provoked me to think differently beyond the boxes that's set up by academia. Okay, so that's the first thing. Secondly, I would like to cite Donna's idea, political aesthetics. Everything in his world is beautiful. Whatever he eats, it has to be beautiful. He never eat anything that he consider ugly. All right. It's that kind of everyday aesthetics that he built up a world, a cosmos that is so much worthy of living, right? So I'm not pessimistic at all. I would like to quote you, Joni, radical hope, right? because each of us has heart, right? We live by heart. We don't just live by brain. We live by heart. We have the heart. At a certain point, when we listen to the stories and the story pass on and the story really touch your heart, you don't necessarily have to be navigating on the ocean by yourself. Simply by thinking with a shaman, you feel that specialness that you want to throw into the ocean and become part of the ocean rather than living it yourself in a small pond, right? So this is exactly how I feel. I think this is the core values of humanity, and this core value of humanity has to be triggered at a certain point. And I think my students feel the same way. Shaman would totally disagree with me because whatever I say, he has something else, alternatively, something else. Okay, so most of the time we fight, we debate rather than develop certain kind of intimacy, because that kind of intimacy that he would develop is with the ocean, not even with his wife, right? So may I pass it on to you, Shaman? 你讲中文。
其实人类有一些微妙的关系啊，自从我到了台东，跟有一群人也有微妙的关系，然后这个微妙的关系有一些叫做年龄层次的相遇。
So we have this really subtle, really tricky relationship, and it's the encounter between people of different ages. 年龄。
我遇见黄信雅教授，这个怎么讲？因为我是不太喜欢念书的人，他给我了很多很多的现代性的知识。
So when I met Professor Huang, it's really interesting because I do not like to read. I don't like studying, but she gave me a lot of knowledge.
他讲一个知识，我会反映10种知识。
So when she gave me one knowledge, I will reflect like 10 more.
因为他的知识很多种，我的身体很多种。
She has a lot of different kinds of knowledge, but I have different kinds of bodily knowledge.
我认真的回答就是我要发展我自己作为台湾海洋民族的一个作家，我要自己要发展什么样的一个方向，什么样的一个层次，这是我需要我自己个人的努力。关于这个部分，基本上黄信雅有时候会跟我聊关于这方面的。
So as a writer, I have to think seriously about how I'm going to develop my writing, what kind of knowledge, what kind of worldview I want to convey. That is something I have to work on my end. I have to work to make effort. And sometimes Professor Huang will provide a lot of suggestions.
我非常谢谢 Joni 的问题意识哈。最后我要回答的是，我是个随性随遇而安的人。
So I really appreciate your question. And I have to say, I'm a man who just go with the flow.
我也会随困难者解决困难的人。
So when I encounter difficulties, I will try to solve the problem.
从来没有在困难的前面退缩过。
So I don't run away from the difficulties.
所以这是我喜欢新雅老师的一个他的特质吧。
So that's the quality I like about Professor Huang.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Mr. Lambrand asked me to respond to that question. Oh, Joni, have something more to say?
An additional comment. I think, Shaman, that your books are also very radically, they are radical hope. And so, I guess I will disagree with you that it's not necessarily lost, because your books inspire people and make them feel, as Shinya just said, the ocean. So anyway, we believe that you're going to win the Nobel Prize for literature. And then even more attention will be focused on the ocean.
Thank you. Thank you, Joni, for that hopeful note. Mr. Shaman asked me to respond to Maury's questions. He said it's a huge question. He has no way to answer it. So, but maybe people here can try to figure out a way, for the cooperation between the indigenous people and the scientists. So I think we are like 10 minutes late. So thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you at Dana, Professor Poul, do you have any more comments from your end?
Just one final comment. One thing that was really clear from Shaman's presentation and discussion with us in April was his emphasis on his work as an oceanic scholar. And I think that's something that's really stayed with me over these recent months, and it really opens up, I think, lots of lines of connectivity sort of across time and space. I also think, and here I bring a little bit of my own disciplinary bias as an anthropologist who's committed to ethnographic and immersive fieldwork over time. I think it's also an invitation to all of us to think about what we learn in places like Lanyu with oceanic scholars like Mr. Lapoan, who always point us towards the ocean, but invite us to be there in place and outside of the text and outside of our books. So I want to say thank you for that.
谢谢东林，非常谢谢你。
Thank you so much.
人的一面之缘也我想我也跟你家人都拍照过了。
So we have met and we have taken photos with you.
我要非常感谢在座的朋友们，是因为我是住在一个小岛的一个人。
I'm really grateful to all of you here because I'm from a small island.
最近我花了2个月的时间写我的部落的神话故事，写我部落的迁移史。
So recently I spent 2 months writing about the myth and the migration of my tribe.
这里面的一些知识几乎就是所谓的李维史托他们所谈的神话学，几乎是一模一样的知识论的部分啊。
So in this, we can see this kind of epistemology, this kind of way of thinking in our myth.
李维史托他们所写的神话学这部分的知识是相似的。
So
法国的那个
Charles, we have really similar myths, similar patterns, the knowledge we find in our myth.
然而这个小岛从有一个英国的人类学家叫做 Edmund Leach， 英国的人类学家。
So this is this British anthropologist,
Edmund Leach，
Edmund Leach,
是英国的人类学家。
the British anthropologist.
他去过兰屿。
He've been to Ponsonadau.
1930几年的时候。
In 1930s.
可是他写了一篇游记，写达达拉。
So he had this journal about Tatala.
可是他对我民族的海洋知识是没有兴趣的。
But he wasn't interested in the knowledge of my people about Tatala.
到现在，全世界所谓的那个 original oceanology 对我的民族、对南太平洋的原初的海洋知识是西方人是没有兴趣的。
So I realized Westerners, they don't have interest in the knowledge of this Austronesian people, this oceanic people.
因为 GPS 已经解决了所有的海洋的问题。
Because GPS solve all the problem of the ocean.
但是 GPS 没有回答我们的神话的故事的问题。
But GPS cannot answer you about the question in our myth.
我很高兴，我作为一个非常少数的一个海洋民族，在台湾能够站在这舞台，尤其是信仰的这个场，对我来说是一种非常好的一个殊荣。
So I'm really happy and really glad to be here as the few oceanic writer. I'm able to be here with you today.
可是我发现，我现在要被接受挑战的那个面向越来越大。我逐渐在面对日本人了，在面对韩国人了，在面对中国人了，在面对德国人，在面对法国人，他们要问我的问题意识了。
But I find myself facing greater and greater challenges. Now I have to face a challenge from the Japanese and even the French.
所以我这个月就在台北有一个法国书店去谈我的《大海之言》这本书。
So I have this book talk in Taipei, one of the
马
bookshops.
达诺娃娃就是《大海之言》。马达诺娃娃。
Wadan Wawa is
对。
my book.
然后我在法国也要跟那边的读者们来去谈这本书。这本书是有类似是我的一种小自传，可是他们提出了很多很多的后现代性的挑战性的问题。
So I have to discuss this book with my French readers, and they raise a lot of postmodernist questions.
就像西方人提出的问题意识，跟我想象的问题的意识是平行线，但不一定会交集。
So I feel like the question I have from foreign readers, we're like parallel lines. It's hard for us to cross paths.
交集。
We to have
To intersect.
intersect.
所以像 Tony 的问题，你的问题像这样，对我来说是非常好的一个启发，非常好的一个启发。总的来说，关于这个问题，我们没有一个非常非常有力的在地的关于民间的组织可以跟他们合作。我们发展到还没有到那个层次。
So this is a great question raised by Maury about the cooperation between scientists and the indigenous people from our people, but we haven't gotten there yet.
我们现在最大的问题是我们部落内部之间的经济的合作、教育的问题，我们都还没有达成很大的一个共识性的一种合作，还没到那个程度。所以这种问题对我们来说的话，实在是太大了，啊。
So we don't really have this kind of collaborations yet, and this is a really huge question for us.
对我来说很简单，我只是一个书写者，我提出了我对于我民族、我对我未来的提出我的想法，仅仅而已。
It's simple for me. I'm just a writer. I'm just raising question and conveying my worldview through my writing.
当然，我是抵抗殖民的了，也是抵抗，我也是反歧视者啊。
But of course, I'm also against colonization and racism.
On that note, our panel is ended. Let's thank Xiaoman and Boyan again. Thank you, and Professor Poul.
So we'll have a short tea break until about 10:40. There has been refreshments prepared in the Kitchen of Science on the 5th floor to your right. So we'll have a short tea break until about 10:40. There has been refreshments prepared in the Kitchen of Science on the 5th floor to your right. So we'll have a short tea break until about 10:40. There has been refreshments prepared in the kitchen of science on the 5th floor to your right.
Hello? 请问线上讲者开始了吗？
可以。可以可以。好，那我们现场的朋友们也都好了吗？
Okay, so we will now have our roundtable discussion on the future of rice, multi-species ethnographic documentary 稻米的未来多元种民族志纪录片, which will be held bilingually. Please welcome our event moderator online with us, Dr. Yanling Cai of National Yangming Jiao Tong University.
Hi, sorry, I'm hearing echoing voices.
Dr. Cai, you can start. You might have to unmute your microphone. 那个麦克风还没有开。
Okay, how about now?
现在可以听到了，谢谢。
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
可以。
Okay, yeah, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to unmute. I thought I no. Okay, how about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I'm hearing lots of echoes. Okay, yeah, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to unmute. No. Yes. It seems that there is a lots of echoes and lag. It seems that there is a echoes and lag. 现在可以了吗？因为我一直听到各种回音，就是我自己的回音。
老师现在是可以的，就是
OK， 谢谢。对，现在没有回音了，刚刚都是回音。All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Future of Rice, Multi-Species Ethnographic Documentary, a panel discussion centering on an experimental documentary film called The Golden Snail Opera. Okay, I'm still hearing echoes. Okay. Okay, my name is Yanling Cai. I'm joining you online from Ilan, Taiwan. Panel discussion centering on an experimental documentary film called The Golden Snail Opera. 很多回音耶。喂 From Ilan, Taiwan. Panel discussion centering on an experimental documentary film called The Golden Snail Opera. 很多回音耶。
喂，老师你听得到吗？
我听得到你们，可是
老师，
我
你那
讲完话
边开了2台电脑，对不对？有一台可能要静音，不然它会一直收到你自己的声音。
一台是静音的，嘿。
老师不好意思，是包含您说话录进去的声音跟播放出来的声音2个都要静音，才会没有回音。
Sorry，所以我现在，老师你听得到吗？我听得到你们，可是我讲完话
开了2台电脑，对不对？有一台可能要静音，不然它会一直收到你自己的声音。
对，一台是静音的，嘿。
老师不好意思，是包含您说话录进去的声音跟播放出来的声音2个都要静音，才会没有回音。
好，Sorry，所以我现在
就是其中一台电脑的音量要关掉。
我听得到你们，我讲完话了2台电脑，对不对？有一台可能要静音，不然它会一直收到你自己的声音。对，一台是静音的。
老师不好意思，是包含您说话录进去的声音跟播放出来的声音2个都要静音。
说好多遍，好可怕。
还是老师可以麻烦您佩戴耳机？
我刚刚是佩戴耳机的，可是因为它太吵了，所以我只好拿下来。对。现在这样可以吗？
这样好一点。
好，然后它
好一点，可以吗？
还是有回音，对不对？
还是有回音哈。还有一个办法就是，您的这个 documentary 在 YouTube 上有，我们这一头帮您播呢。
在 Vimeo 上面，对，就是我传给大家的那个，对。
对，所以我们可以从这一头帮您播，是不是那里就比较没有 echo？
没有，因为所以我就把那个账号直接登出好了。
好，直接登出可以。好，然后可能要把那个 YouTube 的连接给我们的 technician， 就可以从这边播哈。OK。
老师，那再麻烦您跟我们说影片的您放在哪边有连接，或者是要从哪边开始播放？
所以我就把那个账号直接登出好了。
直接登出。要把那个 YouTube 的连接
好，我已经寄过去了。
对，没有问题，我们这边有，对，连接收到。好，谢谢。
您放在哪边有连接，或者是要从哪边开始播放？
好，所以现在回音都消失了，可以从8分19秒开始播。好 ，OK， 现在回音都消失，可以从8分。
个农上农民，伊内面伊。人伫讲哦，古早时代迄个尧帝，嘛就是咱三官宫内面三官大帝的第1位。这位尧帝哦，你敢知影？伊要甲王位传予因囝，颠倒是传予孙呢？讲到孙，其实是一位真有贤德的农民，因为伊非常友好。甚至哦，迄孝顺感动天，连伊伫咧田里做事的时阵，精生啦、动物啦，嘛拢来甲斗相共。 讲到咱台湾伫咧农业大发展的期间，遐个化学肥料甲农药，互咱的水稻环境，迄变甲无声无息，虫拢无咧吼啊，鸟啊嘛袂叫啊。毋过好佳在，最近因为有恁遮的新农来加入，田里又搁开始会当听到遮的生物伫咧啼叫的声，会当搁看到遮尔济丰富的生物出现啊！这袂输当初时因来协助迄顺地共款，拢嘛伫田里会斗相共。毋过，毋是所有的生物拢对农夫有帮助啊。有的是来甲农民领地的。咱农民上讨厌的，就是遐个为阿根廷来的福寿螺。听讲当初是为着做螺肉罐头，才会引进台湾。唉，虽然生理人该号一个金宝莉，遮尔好听，搁真富贵的名，毋过，因为市场反应无好，大家听讲无好食，结果咧无生理啊，就安尼饲饲咧，等去水沟仔内面，甲呾就变成是所有水稻农夫的噩梦了。来到这个所在，真孤单，真遥啊！唔知影要去倒位啊？雨水淌过我的身躯，溪水甲我游入去黑暗的漩涡内面，像我呢失家流浪，无人收留。 嘛无时势会来甲我风台。人人拢叫我孤魂野鬼，毋过恁无人真正看会着我。像讲我偷偷啊走去你的后壁，甲你拄一个，哼！你竟然毋知影我伫甲你创治，讲着迄只白偏心有够衰，互我甲等去你的车顶。搁有迄一天，我分一口气，互迄台货车弄着你的乌托摆。总算你感觉代志无啥对重啊吼，连大家开始来甲我祭拜啊，传互我食，搁互我纸钱甲敬意。我要转来去我休困的田土内面，看啉食的人到底是伫遮变啥物梦。大正讲哦，是正经人，有拜有保庇。375减做经者有机电的时阵啊，阮哦有家己的地，就甲深沟人啊吐互病，摕来做土地改良。安尼挖咧哦，有当时啊去挖着骨头呢。有人讲，迄是日本时代走空袭的时阵，有人为落水溪迄堡外走过来要觅飞机的，结果咧走到一半，就去互人炸死啊！大家就捡骨头起庙来甲因拜。每一年若是拄着报恩啊、收割的时，拢嘛爱拜。希望因会当保庇咱平安丰收。田头主老大讲，是有个人往生以后哦，因的灵无去参加转世，就留伫这个所在，安尼行来行去，自由自在。伫这其中内面到底有偌济人？咱毋知影，所以讲哦，
结束了吗？好，那我就开始哦。好 ，Hello everyone. Again, I'm Yinling. Sorry for the technical problem and the resulting delay. I have the honor today to be the moderator of this very exciting panel, which is organized by Professor Yiping Liang. So thank you, Yiping, for your effort in making this panel happen and bringing us all together. Now, let me introduce our first speaker, Professor Shuqing Chen from the Department of Foreign Languages and Literatures at the National Zhongxing University. Professor Chen's presentation will be focusing on the reconfiguration of farming communities in the agricultural ruins in Yilan. Welcome, Professor Chen.
You help me with the PowerPoint? 是在哪里？ OK， 直接。Okay, thank you, Yanling, and thank you, Yiping, for inviting me to participate with this very exciting panel. And it's kind of weird experience that the moderator actually know more about the subject I'm going to talk about because I'm responding to the documentary she and other scholars work together to produce. So it's a great honor to have dialogue with her. Okay, so because of the time issue, so I'm going to just start. So in this brief presentation, I will discuss the documentary's innovative methods of storytelling to provide critical perspectives about the recent development of agriculture in Yilan, Taiwan. Taking the farmland in Shengo village in Yilan as its focus, the documentary, The Golden Snail Opera, demonstrates the ambiguous outcome of the crisis of nuclear family farms and that of the traditional capitalist agriculture in Yilan by juxtaposing the rise of the luxurious country housing and the arrival of new farmers who practice friendly farming. These two constructing scenes brings to light the despair and hope for agriculture in Taiwan in the wake of the Green Revolution, land reformation, Taiwan's membership in WTO since 2002, and other policy shifts since the millennium. This presentation will focus on the hope of Taiwan's agricultural future, particularly on the various ways in which farming communities are reconfigured through collaboration among species in the paddies and the wider social networks of the new farmers in Shengo village, which enable the construction of the new communities in the agricultural ruins. And the documentary's innovative methods of filmic narratology, including its use of perspectives and voice to achieve a sense of multi-species entanglement. Okay. The Golden Snail Opera is a documentary on friendly farming in Shengo. As we can see, the form in which the process of farming is represented strives to provide a more than human-centered vision. It documents the encounters of multi-species on the farmland, which foster new farming community through the creative assemblage of more than human ecologies and economies. For the authors of the documentary and the new farmers, farming is not just about efficient production. It is about tending the land and the creatures that constitute the ecological condition for friendly farming. The film opens with the vision of a golden apple snail, an invasive species which have caused great damages on the rice paddies in Taiwan since its inauspicious importation to Taiwan in the 1980s. So we have seen, these shocking spectacles of the golden apple snails in the the section where Yanni showed us. So from the start, the film attempts to depart from a binary perspective, which sees the golden apple snares as others or enemies, even if it also presents the snares as an eerie spectacles. With the snail serving as the eyes for the audience. So if you start from the beginning of the film, you actually see the underwater world from the vision of the golden apple snare, right? So it's amazing how they tie a tiny camera on the snare to really explore the underwater world. So there's a lot of the technical problem involved. So the film takes the snails as but one of the species among others that constitute the ecological environment surrounding the farming of rice. So instead of using pesticides or using camellia seeds, a certified organic farming method as pesticides, and kills the majority of paddy creatures, the new farmers handpick the snares at night when they are most active, thereby allowing other creatures in the paddy to thrive and play a part in the ecological chain of the rice paddy. So one of the perspectives of the species, so we see many, different perspective from different species, and one of the perspective is that of a chicken, who is seen surrounded by the remains of the golden snares, implying that the chicken is now feeding on the snares as one of the food source. So another method of reducing the damage of the golden apple snares is to plant the seedlings with very low water level to prevent them from feeding on the seedlings as they grow. So if the water level is low, then the snares became less active, right? So they were unable to feed on because they like the seedling. Seedling is much tender. So this is seen in the scene when family members of the stakeholders of the field, ranging from toddlers to adults, gather together to plant the seedlings on the muddy field. So we see that's how they plant the seedling is to. So you don't usually see a paddy field with so little water, right? Usually there will be a certain inches of water above the ground. But here we don't really see the water. That's how they prevent the eggs of the snare from hatching too early and so when they really grow up and be able to eat the rice plants, the rice plants will be too old for them to eat. So they will turn around and eat the weeds, right? So this is the kind of friendly farming method they adopt in order to prevent the overgrowth of the golden apple snare, but without killing other creatures. Okay, the narratology of the documentary is composed of multiple voices and multiple perspectives to provide a sense of cross-species community. Interestingly, however, the voice and the perspectives are not always aligned and in sync with each other. This is because of the intrusion of the voice of a wandering ghost. So we see the voice of the wandering ghost coming into the scene in the clip that we just saw. So the wandering ghost is not given a perspective, but is attached to various perspectives from species, such as the golden apple snares. All right, so it was attached to the voice of the golden apple snare and the voice of the wandering ghost are one, and stray dogs. And from time to time, it also merged with the voice of the voiceover, right? So that's creating an entanglement among human, non-human, and supernatural beings. So here, this is, as we can see in the picture in the water, that's the voice of the ghost. but the vision of the snare, right? And in the bottom, the picture of the bottom, this is the stray dog's vision. There's a camera attached to its back, and then there's the voice of the wandering ghost. Okay, so the wandering ghosts were said to be those anonymous victims of war who perished near the farm lane, their bones scattered in the earth, and their spirits roaming and haunting the field without proper worship by their offspring. So the spirits mark the human history of the land, while also serving as a supernatural force moving to entangle human with the species and incorporating species into the human world. So caught in the liminal space between the human and the non-human worlds, the wandering ghost thus implicates the state of becoming species. In the human-centered narrative of the documentary, the new farmers learning to pay respect to the wandering ghost signifies their inheritance of the folk knowledge from the old farmers. The wandering ghosts that serve as the hinge of intergenerational farmers and the successful incorporation of the new farmers into the local agricultural community. The film also gives us some snapshot of the new farmers who practice ecological farming. We have a scholar, Cai Yanling, all right? So Yanling is an anthropologist, and she not only do research, she actually practicing the kind of knowledge she investigate and explore. So like Donna just said, this is a kind of practicing intimacy with the land, right? So in the clip that she just showed us, we see the beginning. In the beginning, she was walking, on the field, and then here we can see that she's clawing over the place, right? So this is very intimate contact with the land she explore and investigate. So she's not acting like a traditional anthropologist who's outside, away, detached from the object of their study. Instead, she's really involved with the object of her study. So here we have Yanling, who is both a college professor and a farmer, making a bird warning light. This half farmer, half ex status of the new farmers revitalized the manpower of the farming community, linking the farmers with other sectors of the society. Okay, and then there is a scene of a nuclear family in which his father is teaching his daughter to see the microorganism through microscope. This is the everyday life of a new kind of nuclear family farm, conscious of the multi-species ecology surrounding the farming of rice and making the effort to pass down the ecological knowledge to the next generation. This redefined the idea of nuclear family farm, because before, what happened in Taiwan is the collapse of nuclear family farm, because I think Yanning can give us a whole historical background of the crisis of nuclear family farm. And because of that, it make it possible for the entry of these other kind of new farmers who come in to get in touch and then start to practice farming with an ecological consciousness. Okay. So, and then the documentary also portray a new type of farming community which builds a connection with the consumers in the farming process. The scene in which we see family members participating in the planting of seedlings were actually family members of the consumers or / stakeholders who had contract to buy the produce from the friendly farmers beforehand. So here I would like to add something to the documentary. This is not part of the documentary. This is the context in which I think is pave the way or provide the condition in which for friendly farming possible in Yilan. This stakeholder system, in Chinese we call it 股东俱乐部, was created by a pioneer new farmer, Qing Song Lai, who organized this consumer-producer linkage, not just to make sure the agricultural produce can be sold, but to involve the contract customers, stakeholders, as members of the farming community, thereby strengthening their ties with the food production process and raising their consciousness of the ecology. This thing changed our idea of the role of the consumer in the process of food production. So Mr. Lai and his wife Mi Hong were also the one who started the friendly farming community by leasing out some of the land they were able to lease from the old farmland owners to the new farmers, with the condition that they farm in an ecologically friendly manner. The material condition enable Yanli's friendly farming practice and build a foundation for developing wider and deeper connection with the modern human worlds. The crisis of nuclear family farm in Taiwan has the silver linings of making way for the development of the new farming community, which not only forge deeper connection between consumers and producer, but also enhance the bond between human and the non-human worlds. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Professor Chen, for the presentation. It's really very enlightening to me, even as part of the team for the documentary. Okay, so our next speaker will be Professor Zhang Jiaru Zhang from the Department of Modern Languages and Literature at the Brooklyn College of CUNY. Professor Zhang is joining us from New York, which is almost 11:30, very late at night. So thank you, Professor Zhang, for staying up for us. Please welcome.
Well, thank you, Yanling. And I want to thank Professor Yiping for inviting me to this panel. Hello from New York. Okay, so I actually talked about this wonderful experimental ethnography a couple of times in different places, location in Taiwan. And back then I talked about it from a more of a sort of materialist, eco-critical, or feminist situated knowledge, or I also talk about it from the perspective of a trash animal, like here we have an invasive species, and so I actually also I talked about it, analyzed the film from the perspective of experimental film, but this time I think that I like to try something new, and especially we have a discussion who is a producer of this film, so I think she, like Professor Chen Shuqing said, that she knows, more than me. So I'm thinking of doing something different this time. So since I started to develop the so-called eco-Buddhist meditation studies, so I like to give a talk, sort of frame this documentary from the perspective of ecology of mind, particularly that of the Buddhist ecology of mind. Here I, let me see if I could, okay. I'm trying to see if I could turn to the other page. Okay, good. I want to zoom in on two things in the film. The first one is pollution or toxicity, and the second one is multi-species coexistence or eco-equality, 众生平等. And I will look at the idea of pollution in terms of invasive species as ecological pollution or toxins. So First, on the idea of pollution. So when we think of pollution, we immediately think of the British anthropologist Mary Douglas' account of pollution or dirt in a given society as quote unquote things that is considered out of place. And indeed, we can conceptualize the invasive species here. The golden snails can be considered trash or unwanted animals as things or species that is out of space in Taiwan's society as they are not from Taiwan's ecological niche. So here, the question I like to ask is, what role would a Buddhist view of pollution and toxicity play in approaching the issue of toxic ecology, which is the main issue that is addressed in this documentary film? And here I would like to go beyond this anthropological or sociological frame like Mary Douglas and shift to think more holistically and phenomenologically in order to become aware of multi-species experience as a way of thinking about Buddhist visuality of eco-equality. I turn to Buddhist notion of pollution or toxicity, particularly that of Wei Shixue, or the mind-only school, and provide a framework to think about pollution within the economy of Buddhist ecology of toxicity. A Buddhist ecology of toxicity is an inner phenomenological or holistic model of ecology that refers to a toxic feedback loop between the mind and the environment. The psychic pollutants or toxins consist of self-view, 我见, and the three poisons of 贪嗔痴. These toxins are the hidden culprits of external ones, as they foster a false projection of the self, either individually or individual or collective, and a dualism and anthropocentric worldview. All of this justified exploitation, pollution, and injustice, and the mental toxic vasana or 种子习性 create the capitalist Anthropocene crisis we are in. So here we can see that the Buddhist conception of carbon footprint, toxic matter, toxic discourse, to use Lawrence Bureau's term, or toxic consciousness, it's different from the materialist one. The mainstream toxic discourse within the current framework of material eco-criticism refers to awareness of toxic or polluted substance such as DDT or Agent Orange, nuclear and invasive species. Now you can see the Buddhist approach to toxins or toxicity or pollution is very different from the materialist approach. From a Buddhist standpoint, mental pollution suppresses multi-species equality or 众生平等. Such an equal validity of perspective and experience is expressed in the phrase of 一境四见, one environment, four views. In Master Yongming Yanshou's 心附注, he uses water to illustrate how different cosmic or eco beings view water differently. He says, take water as an example. Celestial beings see it as treasures. Humans see it as water. Fish see it as dwelling place. And ghosts see it as fire. The phrase registers Buddhist cosmological and multi-species sensibility. So from the perspective of Buddhist cosmology and multi-species, a single species tunnel vision such as human subjective perspective to see water only as water, rather than dwelling place or other possibilities, it's incomplete, and hence the source. This is the source of mental and perspectival and cognitive toxins. Now, The clip I hear has a sound here. Anyway, having laid out, now I'm going to switch to the documentary film. Having laid out the Buddhist concept of ecology of toxin mind, now let me turn to the documentary film to see how the film redresses the ecology of toxin mind through creative apparatus. In this film, the cosmological and multi-species consciousness is materialized through the development of narration and visuality. Rather than assigning non-human species, including supernatural agents, passive roles subject to humanity's domination, in this film, the director inverts the passivity and instead employ them either as narrator or main actors. While the ancestral spirit takes up the role as one of the narrator of the film, non-human animals such as snails and dogs becomes the main actor in the documentary opera. Yes, I agree, without their consent. Nonetheless, the deployment makes the film in sync with the Buddhist vision of eco-equality, 众生平等, where their worldview can be visualized by proxy. The creative strategy of eco-equality is seen in the innovative use of camera. By installing cameras on the non-human actors, it symbolically allows the non-human to be part of the creative agents. The film provides a way of seeing and hearing the more than human agricultural landscape. This approach serves as a critical lens to see anthropocentric mindset as a form of pollution and toxicity that suppress multi-species life worlds, ecological consciousness, and integrity. In this sense, we can see Golden Snail Opera as a creative work that addresses the Buddhist ecological mind of toxicity. To conclude, so let me recap my points. We can place this multi-species ethnographic film in current multi-species anthropological or material eco-critical frame. However, a Buddhist approach that gestured at human consciousness as the root cause of pollution helps render a radical and holistic framing of toxic discourse. Such an ecology of mind helps tackle the problem of Western cognitive imperialism, which is still dominant in the West in disciplines such as religious studies. Second, though an international collaboration, Golden Snail Opera, a creative anthropological endeavor that seeks to take up the challenge of what the pioneer scholar of contemplative study, Harold Ross, calls Western cognitive imperialism. There is undeniable Buddhist cosmological and multi-species unconsciousness in this film. It demands us to think about the role creative works serve in the current ecological crisis. Here, the film helps us visualize the Buddhist cosmological vision of 一境四见, one environment, four views. It reconceptualizes creative work, more specifically, experimental film, as a training tool for foster ecological consciousness by way of reshaping our all-too-human perspective and sensorial experience. Here, the film serves as an artistic medium that reenact a Buddhist ecology of mind, not only in terms of diversification of perspectives, such as 一境四见, but also in terms of a mind-environment ecosystem where the mind is the upstream of the source of toxins that can affect the downstream, which is our material environment. Finally, as a creative artwork, the film uses use the techniques such as estrangement or defamiliarity, enable us to see our ordinary world in a fresh way. Therefore, it joins meditation activities such as koan training as antidote to our toxic Anthropocene. Its meditative elements also makes the film sit squarely within the eco-Buddhist meditation studies, a subfield of contemplative study I'm currently developing. While I would like to talk more about koan training as another example, given our time constraint, this will be a topic for another presentation. Well, thank you. That's it. Should I?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Zhang, for the very, very interesting interpretation of the film. I was very, very much enlightened. And our third speaker today is Theodore Richard, a research fellow at the National Chongqing University. Theodore will be focusing on the agroecological perspective on the subject of the future of rice farming in Taiwan.
All right. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Tsai, for introducing me. Thank you very much. Is this on? Yes. Can you hear me well? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here, for inviting me, and also to Professor Yiping Yang specifically for inviting me to this panel and speaking. My name is Theodore Richard. I'm originally Dutch, but I live in Taiwan for a while now. I have my PhD in Taiwan and Transcultural Studies, and I'm a research fellow at National Chongqing University. I was told that I only have 7 minutes because of all the technological kind of like difficulties, so I'll have to kind of run through. We're talking today about the Golden Snail Opera, the wonderful documentary that we've seen 10 minutes here of, but it's fully online if you want to see it. I'm always amazed by the power of documentary because it allows so many perspectives to rise on a certain issue, and this documentary is a very good prime example of this. And I want to talk mostly about the perspective of agroecology and new farming and this documentary. So I call it an agroecological film. It's already been called an ecological film, but it's, in my perspective, agroecological film. It's a terminology that is used to indicate an alternative to conventional agriculture. I have the definition here. It's a strategy to transform food system by improving soil health, enhancing biodiversity, creating livelihoods, supporting food security, and building new ways of community. So it's actually a very holistic approach to agriculture that has three main aspects: techno-scientific, kind of like how to farm; social, political, equity, justice, well-being. Several nuclear terms are there. I wish I could talk more about it, but in 7 minutes I cannot really do that. And ontological experience, different sense of living in the world and sense of autonomy. There are basically, on back, 13, sorry. No, again, not there. Basically 13 principles that sum up the essence of what ecological, agroecological ideas are. Already been talked a lot about what the documentary has been showing and things that relate to new farming and agroecological farming that actually can be caught under these principles. I just mentioned them here and show them here for your information. I want to move on to talk a little bit more about the friendly farmers case and agroecological ideas. We see very clearly here that we have young farmers that create a community, like from the planting the rice together, sharing knowledge, who revitalize local social structures and also traditions. They learn from older farmers and add technology to it. And they co-live with non-human and non-material beings. This we also have seen. This all fits very clearly in the social perspective of agroecological farming. Now here, I want to stay a little bit longer because in agroecology, we also look at sustainability. And there are several sustainability frameworks that I think we can see come forward from the examples of this film. Already been talking about invasive species, so I will not go into that too far. How to maintain diet diversity and make livelihood with single crop farming is not easy, but we've also seen that in the film, how the farmers can do this. What I want to talk a little bit more also is hook into, for example, discussion of yesterday, when we talked about the solidarity economy. And I think there, a very important issue that comes out of the film is the issue of wealth and income inequality that is so structural in farming right now. I think you can see it already from what Professor Chen also discussed, the appearance of all those luxury houses in the middle of the rice paddy fields. Right now, in the United States, for example, since 1975, there has been an upswing of wealth from the lower income regions to the higher income regions of 20 trillion US dollars. And this is, of course, yesterday also we heard from Professor Paul Holm about the situation in the UK, which is extremely shocking, where people are now reduced to poverty, where they eat from tin cans, not able to buy the gas to actually heat their food. This kind of like inequality in health, in what actually leading to inequality in healthcare as well, but coming from inequality of wealth and income is what we also see growing in Taiwan. And also in the agricultural situation, where, for example, farmers of old have to kind of like start capitalizing on their farmland, selling farms and farmland to be able to finance the upward mobility of their families, to finance the education of their children or grandchildren. And once they have basically sold off their farmland and received this stash of cash, there's no return. So in the end, the cash disappears, the land disappears, and so people remain in the lower region of income. So what once looked like a high wealth situation, owning land, evaporates and only contributes to this increasing gap between wealth and income inequality. This is something, sorry, this is something I think that needs to be addressed very urgently if we want to avoid further climate crisis. This kind of equality also finds itself, which is addressed by the SDG number 10, and maybe you know all that framework of the SDGs, where we actually, the United Nations is hoping to work on reduction of inequalities between and within nations. And I think that if we do not address the issue of this kind of like increasing inequality gap, we will not be able to deal with something like, for example, food security. If the farmers do not receive the income and wealth that they deserve for their hard work, we will not get the food that we need to survive. So I think that although there is no ranking between SDGs, I think number 10 is actually very high on the list also with respect to future farming. Traditionally, there is also a great problem with gender inequality in farming. We found that this in Taiwan has also been, we talked about nuclear family farming, but a lot of work on the farm is done actually by women, but they never really get the power position. Now we have in the documentary a very good example of women doing the new farming. And so they create a new model for increasing equality within farming also. Another issue which is came up this morning, which I thought was very interesting. That's why I asked also our speaker of this morning about how does he feel? How does he feel about that his siblings are actually not following the traditional culture? His cousins running motorboats while he is doing the tatala. Because one thing that I haven't mentioned here, but I think from the discussion this morning is a very important issue that we need to think about if we think about the future of farming, is how do we deal with the distress of finding that your old environment and your old ways, your traditional ways, are disappearing? And this is a very big issue. There's recently a term, thank you, and recently a term been introduced called solastalgia. That is actually a psychosomatic condition that people suffer who see their traditional environment disappear, who see that actually their traditional culture and way of doing disappears. And they suffer all sorts of also physical symptoms from that. And I truly wonder, we don't see it isn't much in this documentary, but old farmers, the aging farming community, actually being forced to sell off their land, not being able to farm
even though also in Taiwan, farming has been kind of like suffers the situation where the farmers themselves don't really farm the land anymore, but they give it to major contractors. But still, being a farmer, being an owner cultivator is, of course, a great issue of identity. And if new developments lead to the point where there's no more, no more that kind of farming identity possible, then this is a source of great distress. And that I think is something that also will involve, needs to be involved in the discussion. Quickly, an example that goes beyond this is in Italy. Right now in Italy also, we find also a movement of growth of new farming by young people. They found that from 2015 to 2021, there is an increase of 14% of young farmers going into agriculture in Italy. Also 15% increase in university enrollment for agriculture. And this has been financed actually also for a great part by the pandemic recovery fund from the European Union. So we see here that where money is put, also this kind of like cultural and developments, agroecological cultural developments can follow. Quickly then to my conclusion before I break my 7 minutes time. So the Golden Snail Opera beautifully illustrates several important crises in agriculture in Taiwan today, I think. And at the same time, it's also been said that shows how young people are leading the way by creating a brighter future model towards the agroecological transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Theodore, for the wonderful presentation. Okay, so our final presenter is Youting Chen from who's also a research fellow from the National Zhongxing University. And Youting has told me that he will be focusing his presentation on the multi-species soundscape of this documentary film. Welcome, Youting. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Tsai. My response will start by giving the brief introduction of this documentary, and I will move on to analyze the segment of the documentary that's just shown. Okay, Golden Snail Opera or Golden Snail Opera. Here, opera indicates a hybrid form of Taiwanese folk opera. This Golden Snail Opera is a genre-bending, multi-species enactment of experimental ethnography. Set in Taiwan's Yilan County, this experimental documentary features the species of the golden snail, which was imported from Argentina to Taiwan during the high times of 20th century development as a potential food production project. At that time, people called it the golden treasure snail, but no one would eat it. As a result, the snail was abandoned and it spread across the countryside and attacked rice seedling as its favorite food. In Southeast Asia, this golden snail threatens wetland ecologies and poses a serious challenge to the survival of native snails. Everywhere, the golden snail consumes the young rice, causing the population of native snails to dwindle. Unfortunately, no pesticide will selectively eliminate the golden snails without at the same time endangering other creatures living in the paddy field. And this documentary records the effort of a new generation of friendly farmers in Lanyang Plain who try their hands at multiple ways of living with this golden snail in specific and other paddy field creatures in general. This documentary tells the story of how this new generation of friendly farmers deals with this invading species of pest, not by relying on the usual deadly poison molluscides to try to kill off the golden snails. Instead, they choose to deal with this troubling pest by a labor-intensive method of hand picking, especially at night. What sets this documentary apart from others of its type, in my opinion, is not so much the story it tells as the way in which it tells the story. And in this response, I'd like to focus on how this documentary experiments with multi-species perspectives and how it plays up these dynamics between silence and sound in order to tell a story that includes more than human species and constructs a multi-species soundscape. First of all, regarding the multi-species perspectives, this documentary is not dominated by a single voiceover throughout but presents three identifiable voices. First, the farmer, who is a member of Eland's friendly farming community. Second, the pedant or the scholar, who is a fixture of the archives. And third, the wanderer, who is a roaming ghost. In the segment just shown, we see how these three voices succeed one another, weaving out a story of life and death from multi-species perspectives. The segment begins by the farmer, who retells the ancient story of the Emperor Yao, who, when it came time for him to pass his rule to a successor, passed over his own son to choose Sun. Sun is a virtuous farmer known for his extraordinary filial piety. He was so filial that when he went to the fields, the animals joined his work. After a brief pause, the farmer moves on to comment on the rapid development of Taiwanese agriculture in the 1950s, telling us how the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides for rice farming at that time silenced the sounds of animals and birds. Thankfully, with the coming of a new generation of friendly farmers, the sounds had begun to come back. As they did for Shun, the animals are joining the work of the farming again. The story the farmer tells mingles myth with history for grounding, on the one hand, how the practice of agriculture acquires cultural meaning, and on the other hand, how this agricultural practice hinges on the collaboration, meaning labor together, or lack thereof, between humans and animals. Succeeding the farmer, the pedant or the scholar introduces this alien species of the golden snails from Argentina, filling us in on the background of its importation, how it was touted as a promising food production project in the very beginning, but due to the ill response of the market, turned into the rice farmer's nightmare. This glimpse of history complicates the story told by the farmer because it punctures the ideal picture of the human-animal cooperation and brings out the tension of species competition in terms of conflicts of interest and survival. More importantly, it raises the question of whose interest is to be prioritized and whose survival is to be excluded. After a long pause, which I will return in a moment, we hear the voice of the wanderer, who is called a lonely spirit, wandering ghost, 孤魂野鬼 in Chinese. The wanderer drifts around the world without a sense of direction and without a place to belong to. However, this wandering ghost seems to take pride in the way it uses its invisibility to play tricks on the living creatures, so that humans, especially, pay respect to these wandering ghosts by making offerings to them. Satisfied by these offerings, the wanderer returns to the paddy field, taking a rest while at the same time observing what the new farmers are doing to the field and other residents in the field. What's interesting about this part of the documentary is that throughout the narration of the wanderer, we, the audience, are presented with a series of video footages recorded by a microspy camera rigged onto the rear end of a dog. While the ghost narrates, the dog seems to embody the spirit of the ghost, running randomly in between the fields, taking in whatever greets its eyes. At this point, the perspectives of the ghost and the dog seem to reflect each other, and the narration of the ghost seems to impose a certain meaning on whatever greets the eyes of the dog. But the vision of the dog is not entirely contained by the voice of the ghost, because when the ghost rests, the dog still runs. It runs on and on without a clear sense of direction until the return of the farmer, who reveals that the bones discovered in the paddy fields belong to those victims of the American bombing during World War II, when Taiwan was a Japanese colony. According to her, the old farmers made a temple for these victims, and the new farmers begin to learn about the history of these victims and pay respect to them. As far as the ghosts of these victims are concerned, the farmers are those who invade their places. Here, the perspectives of the living and the dead are intertwined, and the stories of the human and the more than human, including the non-material and the non-human, are entangled. Who is the invader, the golden snails or the humans? By presenting and intermingling these multiple perspectives, this documentary tells a complex piece of agricultural history that is further complicated by the uncertainties of multi-species encounters. In addition to the story of multi-species encounters brought out by the multiple perspectives, the documentary also plays up the dynamics between the silence and the sound. During the long pause between the fading of the voice of the pedant and the emergence of the voice of the wanderer, we are presented with the time-lapse video footage that features the bright pink egg masses of the golden snails clinging onto the stems of the rice plants or the side of the ditch in the rice field, accompanied by the various sounds from the surroundings. These strange and repetitive sounds of the environment are amplified by the silence of the voiceover. It seems to me that these sounds play an important role in the multi-species story that the documentary tells, but the significance of this role resists the imposition of any cultural meanings. As a result, these sounds contrast sharply with the three voices, which to a greater or lesser degree, all try to ascribe a certain cultural or interspecies meaning to the content of their narration. As a matter of fact, this documentary is filled with such pregnant moments where we are forced to listen to these uncanny sounds of the environment. When the documentary begins, for example, right after the showing of the film title, we are presented with a black screen accompanied by a piece of music from the traditional Taiwanese opera. With the black screen and the music gone, we are immediately presented with a vague, blurring visual accompanied by the gurgling underwater sound. As the image becomes a little bit clearer, we see the movement of a tentacle, which indicates that this blurring visual might be what a golden snail sees when it trudges through a watery paddy field. Afterwards, an underwater golden snail comes into view, and we are eased into the story of the golden snail opera. These non-human sounds, in a way, become background noises that provide a larger multi-species soundscape for the story, while at the same time resisting being interpreted in any culturally meaningful way. By way of conclusion, I think this documentary opens up productive multi-species dialogues by intermingling multiple voices, but at the same time, it reminds us of the limitation of interspecies communication by incorporating non-human sounds that resist easy interpretation. And my response ends here. Thank you.
Thank you, Youting, very much for the wonderful, very inspiring interpretation. All right, so I would like to find out how many minutes there are still left for discussion. Or we should close this panel already. Is our time already up? May I seek the advice from the
We have maybe
organizers?
about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, yeah, great. All right, so I would like to first really appreciate all four presenters. as I said, although I'm part of the creative team, but actually, because it's really a multidisciplinary work and it's collaborative work, so my job in the beginning was to provide all the ethnographic details and all the sort of the original ideas for the film. But a lot of the implementation, especially the filming and sound making, editing was done by our filmmaker, Isabel Carbonell. And so a lot of the very, very interesting juxtaposition between sound and vision, which was actually originally why this documentary was solicited. It was solicited for the Journal of Cultural Anthropology with this special issue for sound and vision. Okay, so indeed the documentary filmmaker Isabel has made a lot of emphasis on this very interesting and creative juxtaposition between sound and vision. And yet I myself, being an anthropologist and not very well trained in the sort of sound studies tradition and literature, I myself was not very well sort of not really thinking a lot about the sound issues in this documentary. So I was really, really inspired by Yuting's presentation, but also very inspired by all other three panelists' comments and interpretation as well. Okay, but I think that I will have more chance to be in exchanging our views, my views with the four presenters. So I think that I should, being the moderator of this panel, I should open the floor up and invite commentaries or questions from our audiences. Okay, and so is there any
Yan-Ling, can
anyone?
I just say a few
Yes.
words?
Yes, please, Yiping, please.
First of all, I'd like to thank, the leadership of Xinya. So she gave us this wonderful opportunity of presenting this panel to the audience. So 谢谢 Xinya. And the second of all, we've been a reunion with lots of old friends. And this is really a Zhongxin team reunion, right? Because I was actually introduced to Yan-Ling's film by Shu Qing and Youting when they, in many of their lecture series, invited Yan-Ling. And I was then later, being drawn to her work, documentary, and asked her to come to our school and give us a talk. So here we have all the Zhongxin people. You think that but Jiaru was once a visiting research professor at the auspicious of Zhongxin, so Richard and Youting. By the way, Youting is now so Shu-Ting, can you?
Yeah, Youting is starting from August 1st. He is officially assistant professor at foreign language department at Zhongxin University.
So let's give them a round of applause. This is really wonderful. And also in the audience, there are members from, Zhongxin associated with this, with the flagship university in the heart of Taiwan, because my maiden home is also in Taichung. But anyway, also it's because the theme of the conference about the food futures. So I think Yan-Ling's film and also Yalan's presentation yesterday and my brief comments about Taiwan Housewives Co-op actually presented the historical perspective of alternative friendly natural farming in Taiwan from the early 90s to Shumei natural farming, and then to the youngest, I guess, of Yilan Shengen friendly farming that the embodied practice of the anthropologist as Xiaman was telling us about his practice and experience. So this is wonderful presentation. 谢谢 Xinya and everyone else. So I don't.
Yeah, I just want to add to Yiping's comments, and also I want to express my gratitude to Xinya and Jiahua and the team Xinya led from Zhongshan University. They overcome so much difficulties and so many obstacles in the past few years to make this event happen. It's my honor to be here and with Theodore and Youting, two very young and promising scholars who I think originally they weren't really work on anything related to agriculture or eco-criticism or ecology. But now, because Zhongxin is an agricultural-based university, it's the largest agricultural college in Taiwan. I think it's big, even bigger than the agricultural college in Taida. So we felt the need to really reach out to them and to have some sort of interdisciplinary collaboration with them. And so our invitation of Yanling to the campus is part of the effort to create some sort of space for interdisciplinary dialogues and really learn a lot from Yanling and other people who work on the new trend of agriculture in Taiwan. So in my talk, I actually try to explore the positive side of the development of the agriculture in Taiwan, even though there is a side in Taiwan that agriculture, especially the kind of old style nuclear family farm, young people don't want to farm anymore, right? And with the increase of the value of the land, the old farmers, felt it easier to sell the land and then give the money to the young people so that they can go to the city and compete for more productive job, But this also opened up an opportunity for a lot of young people who actually have a great sense of, they have a great passion to return to nature and to connect with the land. We see that, I think, not just in Sengo, there are also other places, other corners in the countryside of Taiwan that young people are actually learning to farm and also devoted themselves. And one of the important characteristics of these farmers are they are, they are not just farmer, right? So, for example, Yanling is not just a farmer. She's a scholar. And from what I know about this community of farmers, new farmers in Yilan, a lot of them are writers. They are writers. They are artists. They are people who used to work at media. So all of those people not just work on the farm or on the land, they also try to spread their understanding, their new knowledge about the environment and ecology. And I think that's a new sort of trend of agricultural development in Taiwan that we're really looking forward to. And I think a lot of them, like the Lai Qingshong, right? He's the one who actually started the whole thing, right? He's the one whose wife have the ability to lease land. A lot of these new farmers they are not landowners. So they can only lease the land from the old farmers because they have some sort of kinship relationship. So Lai Qingshong's wife is a relative to a big landowner. So they are able to lease a lot of lands, and they sublease the land to this new farmer with the condition that this new farmer has to, do ecological farming, right? So I think that really helped build a good foundation for this forging of this new farmers community. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I think Professor Chen basically sums it up. What I really would like to, what I try to do in my brief contribution to the talk today is also try to see what we can do or what we can visualize to help this new development of young people who want to basically go from the cities back to the countryside to pick up tradition, but also add technology and do farming and try to bring in also new ideology, which is agroecological, which is hoping to bring more food security and better food to the society. And I think what is important is to start thinking, well, what can be done to promote this, in fact, to make this bigger movement, not just, hap snap here and there, but really a bigger movement. And I think, of course, it has to come from policy and governance in a way where, like in Italy, so much money that is now being circulating in Europe
to help recovery, directed recovery from the pandemic, goes, for example, to Italy to really sponsor these young people, this movement to create this new form of agriculture. And I think without the help of the government, we cannot change. We talked about institutions yesterday. We cannot create this new institution, if you want to call it that way, which could be the future of farming in Taiwan, where without a new land redistribution, we will not be able to get there. And I think that this has, I think the documentary beautifully shows that there are people who want to make use of the possibilities that are opened through the kind of like gaps that the system, the cracks that the system is now showing. But if we don't nurture it with the right governance for the future, I think maybe it will just stay this way and not really structurally be able to bring more food security in the end at the farming. Thank you. Question? Yes.
So as I did in the last session, I want to encourage us all to remember that we're part of a network. And this is part of the Asia Pacific Observatory, which is connected to all the other 7 observatories around the world. And in turn, we're now connected to the humanities-led UNESCO Bridges Sustainability Network. So we now have scaled up our influence and networking to become able to have an influence at the highest levels. This year, we'll actually be presenting the first humanities side event at the COP ever. So the humanities are now having, the ability to leverage what we do at the level of UNESCO and the United Nations at the COP. And I want to submit that Jayu's really brilliant sort of formulation of the British kind of, or not British, I mean Buddhist perspective on multi-species relationship was really brilliant. A single species perspective is toxic. So Jayu, as always, you are brilliant. And, that perspective in relationship to this wonderful ethnography, which is the first time I've seen it, and I just thought it was really brilliant. These are the perspectives that are missing at the COP. That perspective is missing at the COP. So when we think about, how can we have an influence, let's remember that all of this is work that we're doing together as a network, and now we do have these additional networking connections to UNESCO, to the COP, to the United Nations. And I do think that these are exactly the kinds of perspectives, this panel, that we, when we ask, what do the humanities bring? Why do we need the humanities to be centrally located in these discussions? I think your session was a brilliant, beautiful example of what it is that we bring.
Second, you heard from Jaru in the original presentation that we had for our critical plan study group. She gave a presentation idea for a future paper, which was about multi-species ecology. Remember, Jaru, you wrote a kind of a lengthy abstract for that. But then since then, she's been developing this idea, Buddhist ecology, that she presented as a different try. But Jaru and Yanling, I'd like to remind you, Yanling, don't you say that the family goes to a nearby temple, Baiyun Si? I don't know how far away is that from Shengou. So your family, I know, practices, worship at a traditional temple in your hometown. So I don't know if you have anything that you like to say. But also before we go on, I saw hand by Joan. So Joan, you want to follow up?
Okay, thank you. Many thanks to the documentary. I watched it several times, and I also appreciate the comments from the audience and also the discussion we had before. I'm curious because we emphasize so much on the collaboration, the dialogue between the humanists and the scientists. Therefore, I'm wondering whether Yanling, after you are done with the documentary, did you receive any comments from the scientific side? Any feedback from the biologists? Those kind of viewpoints? Okay, thank you.
It seems that audience, yes, of course. An old member, from the school in the middle part, the central part.
Yeah, it's very, very nice to see my old colleagues all lined up. But just a kind of a follow-up question that I'm not sure whom I'm really directing it at, but I was struck how both Professor Chan and Yoting, sorry, I forgot, also Professor Chan, right? How you were drawing attention to kind of the artificiality of it. I mean, you were both drawing attention to how, for example, the voices don't necessarily always line up with the visuals in a way that kind of has this estrangement effect that kind of makes it clear to the viewer that this is not what the snail sees. This is your attempt to make us imagine what the snail might be seeing, right? So this is not actually a dialogue. It's rather a rhetorical performance that invites humans to try to see their interactions with other species in this different way. So it's, of course, I mean, it's not actually overcoming anthropocentrism. How could it possibly, right? It's sort of, but and basically, I mean, I think I wanted to maybe the question that follows from that is also put to Professor Tsai. I mean, Joan was asking, how did scientists react to it? I was wondering whether, I mean, ultimately, what matters is whether the farmers who are working the land in this way, whether they are able to see their own work in this way, whether they find this, and did you get feedback from the farmers about this? I mean, did they, when they saw that documentary, did they think, yeah, this is actually makes sense in terms of what we're doing here?
Because I know Yanling wrote a lengthy, excellent essay on this film in 中外文学, the leading flagship literary criticism journal in Taiwan, on the film. So from the footnote, I know that the film has been shown internationally with your teacher, Professor Anna Lawrence Ching at UCSD. Internationally. So I wonder if you have received any comments, criticism from audiences, in audiences from the international festivals, film showings. So scientists, Buddhists, and narratology, right? The point raised by, and also Buddhists, by Hannes. So back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Yes, actually, I have been invited to show the films in actually various interesting settings. For example, farmers' communities in Yilan, and also the elders' communities in my village, which is a village right next to Shengou. And also, the film has been shown with invitation from animal rights NGOs in Taiwan. Okay. And so actually, yes, I did receive a lot of interesting comments, and I have the sense that the scientists are actually quite welcoming with respect to the kind of multi-species perspectives that we have shown. And I think one reason is because actually one of the actually very important farming partners who actually inspired me to really look at the golden apple snails from a introduced me to the scientific literature of golden apple snails are precisely the nuclear family being shown by Shuqing Professor Chen's presentation. Okay, there's this new farmer's nuclear family. The father was introducing to the daughter, telling her all the stories about what can be seen from the microscopes. And so actually these husbands and wife who were actually trained as ecologists, and both of them won degrees from the US colleges, graduate schools. And so they are the ones, they play very, very important roles in actually sort of mobilizing the farmers community, new farmers community in Shengo to really try to understand and approach and build up our intimate relationships with the golden apple snail from a scientific perspectives. And so I'm very much inspired by them. And also I think these kind of perspective kind of infused our approach to this multi-species film. And so scientists I do not receive any sort of criticisms from the scientist communities and the animal rights communities. And in terms of the farmers and the elders, I think their focus is really very, very pays a lot of attention on the golden apple snails and sort of they find it very interesting that the golden apple snails could be seen from a very different kind of perspective, okay, rather than being the enemies and of the farmers and being turned into kind of intimate strangers or the kind of the close collaborators or multi-species communities that we all cohabited in. And so the farmers, the elderly farmers are amazed by how different kind of different angles about and the different kind of relationships we were able to build with golden apple snails. And then whereas the new farmers actually finds themselves in the films, and actually many of them are also participated in the making of the films. Okay, for example, the dogs that I show in the clips, the dogs does not belong to mine. The dog is actually a dog of another new farmers. Okay, so she participated in the making of the film, and also the ducks, the ducks who ate the golden apple snail. It was actually not chicken, but it's ducks, because only the ducks had the powerful chaw that can actually bite and crush the golden apple snail, the shell, of very hard shells. And chickens cannot. Okay, but and the reason that we were able to film the ducks eating the golden apple snail was because we also facilitated the contribution of other new farmers. Okay, so it is in the making and the enacting of this multi-species documentary film that we also mobilize our new farmers networks and communities to contribute to the film. So if you look at goes to the ending, the end credit of the documentary, you can see that we list all the people who have participated and contribute to this film, and many of them are from the farming community. So in a way, I would say that they also the co-conspirators, collaborators in making this film and also in acting these films. Okay, and also the farmers who are worshiping. This is where the film clips where unfortunately I have to stop there. But if you go on from where I stopped for the screening, then you can see that there's a huge new farmers community. Okay, and these are really new farmers because the scene was shot when a new school, okay, the Ilan government is actually nurturing this new farmers community using their own way. Okay, so they have invited all farmers from the Shengo village, Chen Agong and Grandpa Chen, to be the instructor of this new farmers course sponsored by the Ilan county government. Okay, it was given every spring planting season. The Chen Agong will be offering this course and nurturing a new generations of new farmers. Yeah, so I would say that the new farmers are also part of the making team, collaborative team of this film, and their visions and the actions, enactments are shown vividly through in this documentary. Yeah, and in terms of the Buddhist perspective, indeed, I was very, very inspired by Jaru's interpretation of how the Buddhist vision of ecology of mind is really corresponds to the kind of sort of criticisms that we like to offer through this documentary. And I think it's very, very smart and I think it really actually, although Jaru presented as sort of a different trajectory, it indeed is a different trajectory from how sort of traditional anthropology, for example, Mary Douglas would actually see what is pollution and what is not, is through a kind of symbolic interpretation. But actually, and interestingly also, it also echoes with a new sort of ontological turn in recent anthropology. It's a new development in anthropology where instead of sticking with a kind of Western ontology informed anthropology, okay, that interprets other culture through this kind of Western ontology, which in terms of what is ontological and what is symbolic has already been predetermined, okay. Instead, the ontological turn in anthropology, in recent anthropology, actually emphasis on all this other non-Western ontology, okay, and cosmology, could really bring forth a different kinds of ontology. Okay, for example, what is mind and what is body and what is the relationship between mind and body, and how could that subvert and criticize the kind of ontological Western ontology and its fixation on the mind and body biology. Okay, and so I find Jaru's interpretation was really informative and inspiring on these two points. Okay, and also I would like to respond also to. Oh, okay, Time's up?
Time.
Yeah, okay,
So
yeah, I'll stop here.
I've been reminded a couple times. I'm sorry to all of you and to the audience, but if you look at the time, Taiwan time is already 12:30, and our next first session in the afternoon will start at 1:10.
At 1:20.
And our speaker is from Ireland. Yeah, it's going to be a virtual. So is that right, Xinya? Oh yeah, we have to continue the conversation and the networking, Joni. Somewhere in the futures where we will all enjoy the food together. So thank you very much for your participation and for your wonderful presentation. Let's give the Zhongxin team and also the New York friend from afar, okay, a round of applause. 谢谢大家，请大家中午吃饭，谢谢，不要忘记吃饭。
So thank you to moderator and discussants. We'll have a lunch break now in the Kitchen of Science. And for conference attendees who did not sign in at the reception desk this morning, please remember to sign in the Kitchen of Science. And the conference will resume at 1:20. 麻烦早上没有在柜台签到的与会者，中午在未来厨房补签。下午的演讲会在1:20开始。谢谢。
Okay.
The technical team would like to test your PowerPoint first, if possible.
Yep.
So Professor Holm, we will start in 1 minute.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please test changing to the next slide just to see if it works perfectly?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Make the announcement that the starting.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We'll now have our keynote address on FoodSmart Cities, a framework for sustainable seafood. Here to introduce our speaker, please welcome Dr. Yiping Liang from National Taiwan Normal University.
Yeah, my dear colleague and distinguished guest, it's my great honor to introduce to you our speaker for the next session, Professor Poul Holm. Professor Poul Holm is a professor of environmental history at Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland. He is a chair of the Humanities class, Academia Europaea, chair of the Oceans Past Initiative, OPI, a global network of some 2,000 associate historians, archaeologists, and marine scientists aiming to understand human impact on ocean ecology. Professor Holm is an internationally recognized pioneer in global marine environmental history. In the past 2 decades, he has been at the forefront in developing new modes of inquiry into human exploitation of the sea and understanding the impact of the human extraction for the marine environment. With a brief introduction, he will present to us one of his recent projects entitled FoodSmart Cities, a framework for sustainable seafood. For my dear colleague, without further ado, let's welcome Professor Holm.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm really happy to be presenting to you today. It's a great honor. And again, I'm sorry I could not join you physically, but I hope you can hear me loud and clear. And let me start by saying that my project, this particular project, was funded by the Irish Research Council. So I acknowledge them in the logos at the top. The project is based at the Centre for Environmental Humanities at Trinity College, Dublin. And as the moderator said, the project is called Food from the Sea, FoodSmart Dublin. Thank you. And I'll leave it to the translator to go ahead.
在场的所有贵宾还有与会的代表，今天我要跟大家分享的演讲的主题叫做来自海洋的食物柏林智慧食物计划，串联过去在我们讲到的这个计划将是我今天演讲这样子的一个计划是由爱尔兰研究委员会 IRC 所来赞助的。这个计划的主要的据点则是在我目前所任教的3一学院3一环境人文中心。
So the world is faced with a serious food shortage problem. When we look at how much food we will need, we of course need to take account of the fact that in the next 30 years or so, the world population will increase rapidly. Nothing we can do will change that. Most of the people living in 2050 are born, and the projections of the birth rate are pretty stable. So we are looking at up towards 10 billion people on this planet. Now, obviously, we have huge agricultural issues. The world food production is heavily based on cereals. However, more than 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by water. So how do we deal with a 60% increase in food without using the fact that the global planet is mainly blue? It's water. So we are facing a blue revolution. And there surely must be huge potential because at the moment, only 2% of human food currently comes from the oceans. Thank you.
我们现在面临到的最大的危机，也就是全球人口面临了快速的成长。到了2050年，那么也就是距今大概是30年的一个时间，地球的人口预计要成长到96亿这样一个人口。那么其实在2050年那个时候存留在地球上的大部分的这些居民现在都已经出生了，所以人口的上升一来是无法避免，另外一个部分是我们人类大部分的粮食是来自于种植在陆地的谷物。我们看到全球有70%的面积被水所覆盖， 2050年的粮食的需求量将增加60%，但是人类目前只有2%的食物是来自于海洋，这样一个不平衡，再加上地球上的耕作的面积的不足，将会造成未来粮食短缺的这个问题呢，已经是我们必须要去面临到的危机。所以我们今天要跟大家提出的是蓝色的食物革命这样一个主题。
So increased agriculture is limited today by land. Obviously, most of the land that is potentially agricultural is already occupied. We're also limited by access to fresh water, and we are strongly dependent on the industrial production of fertilizers, which certainly is projected to cause problems. On the other hand, space, water, and inorganic nutrients are abundant in the ocean.
农业的产量是受到可用的这个地的这个面积，尤其是可用的农耕地的面积呢，来去受到它的限制的。但是目前地球上已知的农耕地几乎已经开发殆尽，同时淡水的供应量也是有限的，并且人类目前的农耕的农作是非常强烈的依赖化学的工业化生产。但是相对来说，海洋中的空间、水跟无机的养分，可以作为肥料的这些养分，其实是非常充足的。
However, when we look at the trophic levels of production in the sea and on land, we are faced with some obvious problems. When we look at cereal production, we are looking at agricultural food that comes from the lowest possible trophic level. So this is directly derived from solar energy plus fertilizers. When we look at the food from the oceans, it's overwhelmingly harvested at very high trophic levels. And this is a problem because natural production diminishes with increasing trophic level. For each trophic level, the natural production is roughly only 10% of that in the previous level. Thank you.
我们大家来看到这里提出的一个营养级 trophic level 的概念，是指一个生物在食物链中所占的位置的高低。我们来看到我们人类比较食用的所谓的陆地，还有来自于海洋的食物的来源，各自是来自怎么样子一个食物类的等级呢？食物链的等级。首先，我们如果举例来讲，一些谷物、植物，它的生产也是人类经常食用的食物的来源，它的所谓的营养级，它在食物链里面是占的比较低的。那么相对的来说，它是用太阳能还有原料这样非常简单的一些资源就可以来去做一个制造。但是来看到海洋的食物的话，我们人类吃的来自于海洋的食物都是属于所谓营养级，也就是食物链顶的这一鱼。
And quite apart from the natural constraints on agricultural production, we also need to consider that food-related problems tend to be wicked because of a globalizing economy, resource constraints, weak global politics, as we talked about yesterday at the roundtable, and diverse preference systems.
有关于食物的问题，我们发现到其实是非常的棘手。那么，因为我们看到它其实是非常的复杂，跟全球化的经济资源的限制、全球政治还有多样化的食物偏好体系是息息相关的。
So human habits need to change, and the good thing is the humanities have shown that human habits do change, and we may even know now how to make change happen. That's the topic of my talk.
但是我们看到的就是在这样子的一个脉络之下，人类的饮食习惯是需要改变。从历史的观点来讲，人类的习惯是确实可以改变的。所以今天要跟大家讨论的主题是：如果真的需要改变，又应该如何做呢？
So the particular project I'm talking about is actually derived from an EU request for policy advice. In January 2017, the Food Commissioner, Vella, asks the question, how can more food and biomass be obtained from the oceans in a way that does not deprive future generations of their benefits? So this was clearly coming out of this concern about food shortage and the need to derive more food from the oceans. As was said in the introduction, I am a chair of the Humanities class of Academia Europaea, and the European Academy was asked this particular question through what is called SAPEA, the Scientific Advisory Mechanism for Policy Advice in the European Union. And in 2017, this report was commissioned and I co-chaired the report to answer Commissioner Vella's question.
刚刚讲到的这样一个所谓都柏林的智慧食物计划，它的来源是跟欧盟的一个科学的咨询的机制是相关的。那么实际上，在欧盟在2017年1月的时候，欧盟的执委会它底下有一个食物的粮食安全小组的 Vella 委员，他提出了一个概念，他问到如何在不剥夺子孙后代利益的情况之下，从海洋中获取更多的食物还有生物量呢？因此他就做出了一个研究的请求，这个请求后来就送到了 SAPEA， 也就是欧洲学院的政策科学建议小组，那希望能够做一个证据审查的一个报告。那么这就是我所切入的点。那么后来做了这个报告的这样一个研究的小组，这个研究的主持人，共同主持人之一就是我本人。
So the report was published in February 2018 and was presented to the European Commission, which adopted it. And the policy advice was then written into some of the policy actions by the Commission in its 10-year plan, which was launched in 2020. This is one of the first instances, I believe, of European academies directly influencing policy. And it was really gratifying to note that the request was not just for the natural sciences to feed into this policy advice. It included not just the social sciences, but also the humanities. So the Commission took a very broad-spectred approach to the request and understood that in order to address this change policy, you needed advice from all the human knowledge, including the humanities.
刚刚讲到由欧洲学院政策咨询还有科学建议这个委员会，他来委托我们这个小组来做的这样一个审查报告，最后的审查结果是在2018年的2月来进行一个正式的发表。因为成果非常的丰硕呢，后来就送到了欧盟的这执委会这边，而且在执委会这边呢，也有一个非常实质的一个应用，不只是做了一个正式的记录。这个研究的结果的登录以外，甚至还在2020年这个时候来推出了一个10年的一个行动计划。那可以说是一个非常重要的里程碑。主要就是这个是第一次呢，欧洲学院，也就是 European Academy， 他们对这个欧盟的这个政策做出了非常实质的一个贡献。不但是像我们传统的是从一个永续科学或者是自然科学的角度的科学家来去做一些政策上面的咨询，这次我们是看到了有社会学科的，还有人文学科的学者都做出了非常实质的贡献。
The report is downloadable, so you just Google food from the oceans, SAPEA.
那如果大家到这个 SAPEA 欧洲学院 政策科学建议的这样一个网站上面呢，就可以来去download我们这一次研究的这个结果，叫做 Food from the Ocean。
So the report opens by stating this problem of the trophic levels. And basically, when we are looking at the ocean, most of what we are eating is actually food derived from the two top trophic levels, trophic level 4 and 5. And we posited the controversial questions that if we can compare to agricultural production, we don't eat the tigers, do we? We eat from the bottom of the trophic levels. So we need to shift our food consumption from up here to down here. More plants and more shellfish. Thank you.
在我们这一次做出的成果报告，来自大海的食物 （Food from the Oceans），在一刚开始的前几页就开宗明义的提出了这样子一个金字塔形图。这个是我们讲到的营养级，也就是生物在食物链之中所占的位置的一个相对比较图。大家也可以看到，左边呢是我们人类从海里面最常食用的一些食物的来源，会发现到我们最常食用的呢就是第4级跟第5级那其实是食物链相对来讲是非常高的。但是如果来看我们从陆地所取得的营养的来源来看，其实我们经常比较常使用的食物，就这个比重来说，是谷物啊，是植物啊，这比较多的，是属于我们所谓营养的层级，也就是在右手边属于比较下方的这个地方。那我们看到在陆地上的营养的来源，也就是在右手边最上方是什么样子的动物呢？那就是我们一些捕食类的动物啊，就像是老虎这样子。那我们会吃老虎吗？我们并不会。但是在海洋里面，我们都是吃这个食物链非常高的等级的这些食物，所以这样一个转变是我们是希望在这个报告之中可以加以提倡的。我们应该把等级往下，例如我们吃一些这个比较层级比较低的，像是这个贝类等等的，是我们希望能够进一步去提倡的。
The need to change our food practices from the sea is not just an ethical issue, it's also a fact of life. When we project per capita consumption, we know that by 2000, the world per capita consumed about 16 kilograms of wild fish. With the projected population increase and stagnant marine production, and we know that we are catching as much fish as we can out of the world's seas, the seas will simply not give more. We know that the projection is that wild fish consumption will come down to only 10 kilograms per person in 2050. That means that the rich countries, of course, will have the economic power to eat as we do now, probably, whereas poorer countries will not have any wild fish.
这张图片上，我们看到的是每人每年的野生的鱼类的食用量。可以看到，它这食用量，我们在2000年的部分是16公斤，也就是野生鱼类的部分是每年食用16公斤。但是随着世界的人口的增长，我们预计到2050年。我们的世界人口将会成长到92亿，但是野生鱼类的捕捞量是不会持续的成长，它是停滞不前的。所以一个停滞不前的一个总渔获量除以成长的世界人口的总数，我们的平均的每人每年野生鱼类食用量将在2050年下降到10公斤。换句话说，物以稀为贵的原则之下，以后海鲜的价钱只会往上飙升，以后海鲜甚至有可能是成为只有有钱人、富人才吃得起的食物了。
Luckily, the blue revolution is already underway. We are producing much more food now from aquaculture. From the ocean, it's called mariculture. But the problem is that this is only happening very recently. When we compare the terrestrial production, the domestication of land animals happened some 10,000 or at least several thousand years ago. Most of the animals that we use in our farm agriculture were domesticated a long time ago. So we have become used to dealing with the pathogens, with all the diseases that we derive from animals. Translator.
这边我们看到的是驯化的种类的百分比，还有距今多少年的这样子一个图哦。这边是不同物种的驯化的时间轴，可以看到水产养殖，还有还有海水的养殖，也就是说所谓的鱼类的驯化发生的，据现在的年份来讲是相对的是比较近一点，但相对来说，我们看到陆地的动物的驯化其实是几万年甚至是几十万年前就已经发生了。因为有这么长的时间，所以对于陆地的动物的养殖的面向上，病原体的控制、传染病的控制，人类都是比较有把握的。
On the other hand, the domestication of water animals has really only begun in the last 100 years. Look at this logarithmic scale. It's really only happening in the last few decades. So a lot of what is happening now is akin to what we call the Neolithic revolution that happened on land 10,000 years ago. In many ways, the Neolithic revolution in the ocean is happening right now. And that means that a lot of the mistakes, a lot of the diseases, a lot of the problems generated by food production in the sea, we are only discovering them right now.
相对来说，淡水动物或者是海洋动物的驯化，其实是发生在大概100多年前，甚至是大部分快速，刚才可以看到快速区间成长的时间，大概是过去的几十年，尤其是海洋动物的驯化的这个部分。所以我们可以看到的，在陆地动物的驯化往前追溯，甚至最早是可以到3万年，甚至是10万年前的所谓的新石器时代。但是我们看到在海水的这样的动物的驯化，大概是我们最近的100年左右才发生的。所以跟我们陆地动物的驯化来讲，所以我们所需要的更多的研究。所以在这样一个新的领域之下，我们有很多的摸索，当然我们会看到会做出很多的错误，而且会产生很多的问题，因为我们起步的比较晚。
So when we look at the global marine production, this is the overall result. This is not the FAO data, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization data. This is data provided by the seaaroundus.org, which accounts also for illegal and unreported catches. So what we are looking at is a world production which really peaked around the 1990s at around a total of 130,000 million tons. And you can see in the last 30 years, production, if anything, has been decreasing to about 120,000 tons.
我们来看到的这个是全球海洋的渔获量。那么在右下角的是 FAO 的官方的记录，但是我们这边看到的其实并不是，这边是 seaaroundus.org 的这样一个全球渔获量的记录。这个比较有趣的是，它包含了小规模的、未报告的，还有非法的渔业的这个估计数了。可以看到，全球的渔获量大概在1990年呢，它是成长的是到了一个高峰。那它是成长到1.3亿吨，每年1.3亿吨，但是时至30年之后，现在这个数字已经降到了1.2亿吨每年。
The official United Nations figures is this black line here, and you can see that the trajectory is roughly the same, although it sort of would indicate that production is a bit more stable, and the overall world estimates of reported fisheries is in the region of just shy of 100,000 tons. So this is why you would see different types of figures of overall production, the official statistics and the estimate.
那我们来比较看看联合国 FAO 粮农组织它所做的一个海水的渔获量的这一些不同的统计哦，它是一个黑色的线来去做一个表示的，可以看到它的驱动的幅度是比较小，上下去跳动的幅度是比较小的，但是趋势跟我们刚刚看到的 seearoundus.org 的趋势是差不多的。那么它的数字有一点不一样，也就是说他们看到的是每年的FAO 的记录是每年是1亿吨的全球海洋渔获量，稍微低一点，因为它没有去包含到这个未报告还有非法的渔业捕捞。
So these are the wild catches. So how is the blue revolution catching up? What is the production of aquaculture? And this is on the same scale. If we project this, you can see that aquaculture is certainly catching up. It's still not overtaking, but in terms of production, the most increase is not in the fish that we crave, but actually in plants and mollusks. This is where the huge potential is. So we need to eat more of this and not just reduce it for industrial purposes.
那我们后来的这一张在右下角这个图，也就是我们的海水养殖的产量的一个攀升图，它的攀升还有它的总产量都是不及我们刚刚在后方那张图，全球海洋渔获量，主要是讲的是野外的渔获量这张图。这张图里面，其实我们看到的最有趣的是，在未来我们一直认为，所谓海水养殖是以鱼类为主，但是看到他们认为在未来成长最大的区块其实是贝类、软体动物类还有海洋植物类。
So what can we do? In the report, we identified 4 major options. One is we can continue the way we are doing by simply increasing wild fish catches. The only potential is to go down the trophic levels and go for especially Antarctic krill, and we can go for the deep sea mesopelagics. So fishes in the deep ocean below 500 meters catch really deep down. We know very little about the ecosystem effects if we do it. There is huge potential, but the problem is that all the top level fishes that we depend on krill and mesopelagics. So potentially if we go wild, we could totally ruin the world ocean ecosystems. The second option is we can grow mariculture. And mariculture, as I said, is really at its early stages. And one of the options is to be smarter at the feed that we provide to maricultured animals. This is happening, for example, in salmon production, where salmon used to be fed on other fish, but increasingly through genetic manipulation, it's possible to feed salmon on marine plants. So that's obviously a good way forward. However, this is not going to revolutionize our production because we are only, as I said at the beginning, and this cannot be rolled out in a big way. I'll give the translator a chance.
因此，在这样的研究之中，我们得出了怎么样子的结论呢？第一，如果我们要去使用所谓的野生捕捞类的鱼类的话，我们要把我们的食物的营养层级来去把它降低。首先，我们可以看到的，我们可以去使用极圈的磷虾，或者是说比较中低水域的一个生物。这边我们的定义是比较深层，也就是说海水平面下500公尺以下这个生物了。也就是说，我们不再去仰赖我们离海水就是它的深度比较近的这样的一些海洋的蛋白质的来源，像回音蛮大的。 好，那么这个会有一些我们意想不到的后果哦。例如说，当我们去把深层的或者是中层的，尤其是这个磷虾等等的这些水域的生物加以捕捉之后，那么仰赖或者去捕食这一些被我们捕捉的这些食物的整个的生物生态系食物链也会来受到改变，所以这一点还有待研究。那第二个是海水养殖，海水养殖其实最主要一点就是饲料的来源，在过去鲑鱼它的饲料，海水养殖的鲑鱼的饲料是其他的比较小型的鱼种，但是在近年来已经研究出来如何的用海洋类的植物来作为鲑鱼的食物的来源，但是这个样子的角度仍然是属于缓慢，没有办法来解决我们现在人类所面临到的急迫的粮食问题。
So these first two options depend on engineering sciences and natural sciences. The other two options that we identified depend on the social sciences and the humanities. So the first option is to increase enforcement of management and regulate better. The most important thing on the management side is to obliterate subsidies, especially fuel, which is enabling very wasteful practices by industrial trawlers that are effectively subsidized to ruin the world oceans. We also need to improve rights-based management, especially in aquaculture, because if we want to roll out aquaculture and mariculture, especially in coastal regions, we need coastal populations to accept the increase, and this comes with all sorts of problems.
那么还有第三点，应该要回过头去讲1到2点。刚刚的1到2点讲到这个野生的捕捞或者是海水的养殖，其实它需要大量的来去仰赖工程还有科学研究上面一些突破。那么如果我们要回过头来讲到社会学科或者是人文学科上就可以做到的，就是第3杠还有第4点。第3，我们先来看到有更好的管理。首先我们看到补贴的取消，尤其是对于燃料的补贴的这些取消。那么因为我们现在有看到很多的一些做一些大量捕捞的渔船，比如说拖网的渔船等等的这一些渔捞的这些补贴。燃料的补贴，我们相信是必须要取消。那还有一些就是居于许可前 rights-based 这样一个管理，尤其是我们现在看到要在海岸边、沿岸边要去进行水产养殖，或者是所谓更进一步的海水养殖的话，那这边的一些土地权，当地的居民是否同意这样一个开发等等的，也都需要进一步的去研究。
So we estimate that by combining mariculture and better management, we will be able to increase world food production from the ocean by about 100%. So we could potentially grow 250 million tons. So this is very important and absolutely needs to happen. But the important thing is, if we grow more mariculture, it will produce more food at the lower trophic levels. Therefore, we need consumers to accept a change in food practices. We cannot increase mariculture by just increasing salmon production. So therefore, we need a food revolution. It's all about making these problems transparent. It's about communicating, but it's also about enabling consumers to actually access this kind of food. It's about mainstreaming these food concerns with consumers. This is why the humanities are so important.
那么第4点，我们来讲到，如果呢，我们现在可以把 刚刚讲到的海水的养殖，还有所谓更好的管理，两者结合在一起，我们相信在未来有可能把我们的全球的海鲜的总产量增加100%，也就是说从本来的大概每年大概有1亿到或是1.25亿，成长到2到2.5亿吨的这样一个年产量。那么在这个里面，我们讲到的是要一个海鲜的革命，因为我们不是说要来去吃这个食物链上面，比如说鲑鱼这样子的一个高营养层级的这样一个蛋白质的来源，是希望我们可以往下移动，也就是营养级比较下层的这一些海鲜，我们要希望引起消费者的注意，来去推广消费者的这个食用。所以在这个方面，我们就要有一些革命性的做法。当然，在这过程之中，海产品的透明度还有安全性是非常值得关注的。消费者的意识如何的加以提升，同时的怎么样将这些比较营养级比较低的食品推销给消费者，成为消费者的主流的食用的食品，这也就是我们未来要面临的挑战。
So to sum it all up, sorry, there we go. To sum it all up, the food security problem we are facing is not just about making food available. It's not just about producing more food and distributing it. It's also about making it accessible, affordable. It needs to align with what people want to eat, their preferences, and it needs to ensure that it is nutritious, that social values and food safety are united. So this is calling on all sciences to work together for the seafood revolution.
因此，我们讲到这一场海鲜革命的持续的推广，我们从粮食安全的角度来看，如果要能够达到长期的稳定性，讲的就不只是单纯的食物的供应，我们还要来看到食物的利用，它的营养价值如何，社会价值如何，食品的安全又如何。还有另外一个面向就是食品的取得的部分。那食品取得部分，价钱是否合理，分配是否公平，是不是消费者喜欢能够接受的？那这一些都是需要各个学科的专家学者一起来共同推动。
So let me now talk about how I took on board this challenge and turned it into a research project for my local city, Dublin. So Dublin is based in Ireland, here on the coast, and it's right next to a huge UNESCO biosphere, over 300 square kilometers of the Dublin Bay. This used to be heavily polluted, very industrialized, but luckily in the last 3 decades, much of the bay has actually been cleaned up and it's now considered safe to eat food from the Dublin Bay. However, Dublin itself has a tradition of being terrestrial in its food preferences. Most Irish people, despite it being an island nation, actually don't eat much fish, and the fish they eat is primarily salmon and cod, which are endangered species or produced through mariculture in very harmful ways.
因此，延续刚刚这个计划，我就把它带回到我们爱尔兰，希望做一个针对于我们的都柏林能够推动一个海鲜的使用一个计划。所以我们在这边看到，其实都柏林是一个沿海的城市。都柏林湾从2015年以来被宣布成为联合国教科文组织的一个所谓的生物圈。那在过去，这个都柏林湾是受到非常严重的工业污染，但是在过去30年来，政府辛勤的整治之下，现在的海产是可以食用的。但是很可惜的是，都柏林甚至是说爱尔兰的食物呢，是以陆生的动物为主。其实蛮讽刺的，爱尔兰虽然是一个所谓的岛国，但是呢，鱼类食用的风气或者是海产使用的风气，其实并不普遍。如果讲到鱼类，大家就是想要吃鲑鱼，想要吃鳕鱼等等的这一些高营养级的这一些海生的动物哦。那甚至是说，它不论它是野生捕捞的，那或者是说是海水养殖的，海水养殖这一些鲑鱼或者是说鳕鱼，对于环境的污染也是非常大的。
So when we look at the Irish history, it dawned on us that this modern practice of having a very restricted and low seafood culture actually is contrasted to the practices of the 18th and 19th centuries, when famously Molly Malone carted her wheelbarrow through straits broad and narrow in Dublin, crying, "Cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh." If you come to Dublin, you will surely meet Molly Malone statue. This is an indication that in the past, we used to eat at much lower trophic levels. So the question I asked was, if we need this change in human consumption towards lower trophic levels, can we encourage this by discovering forgotten cultural practices and tap into local marine resources?
在这张投影片上是非常著名的都柏林最著名的一个算是观光景点，一个雕像。它其实这一位女性呢，她叫做茉莉马龙。她手上推的这个推车，它上面其实装的就是贝类啦，比如说贻贝类啊、蛤蜊啊等等的。那么在过去呢，甚至还有一首民谣，它是这样说的：他说这个呢，Molly Malone， 她推着这个手推车穿过大街小巷，叫卖着活着新鲜的贻贝，大家赶快来买的这样子的一个习俗。其实这个是跟我们现在国家的主要是吃陆生植物的饮食习惯呢，是有非常大的不一样的。我可以看到，在都柏林，在19世纪吃的呢，其实就是我们现在要一直推广的这样一个对地球比较友善的贝类。那这也就是说，我们的营养级比较低的这一些海类的一些蛋白质的来源，所以我们希望能够借由发现被遗忘的文化的习俗，来利用我们当地的海洋资源，鼓励大家能够将消费转向食用低营养级的海鲜。
So the project was designed by a team of 5 researchers, and I acknowledge them here, in conjunction with food industry partners, primarily Niall Sabongi, who you see at the bottom left, and with the Eco-UNESCO, which is a volunteer organization that reaches out to schools and teaching facilities throughout Ireland. The design we had was to bring research into conversation with industry and schools.
因此，在研究计划完成之后，我们呢就做了另外一个针对于都柏林的海鲜食用的推广的计划。那我们在左上角就是我们这次参与这一次研究的5位研究人员，在此要特别谢谢他们。那么我们这样一个的计划叫做都柏林智慧食物计划。在爱尔兰海洋文化遗产的基础之上，希望能够推动永续海鲜的食用还有消费，同时能够跟创新的厨师，还有教育的一些机构，还有一些民间的机构来去合作，建立了知识跟交流还有行动的框架。在我们投影片的下方左手边就是跟我们合作的，在我们都柏林的名厨，然后帮我们做一些餐点的开发。在右手边是我们的爱尔兰环境教育跟青年的组织，那么希望在教育还有在知识推广的这个面向上，也能够有一些着力点。
What we wanted to do was to tap into the history, identify historical recipes of seafood, and see if we could somehow revitalize this cultural heritage. We wanted to identify the availability of seafood from Dublin Bay to increase local availability. And then we wanted to assess the possibility to support a healthy change of consumption of seafood by means of cultural and ecological narratives.
具体的来说，这样子一个都柏林的智慧食物计划，主要的目标有3个。第一，就是希望能够找出我们过去旧时代的一些怀旧的海鲜的食谱。当然，我们要来去评估看看这个食谱现在还做不做得出来，适不适合将这样一个无形的文化资产加以恢复。第二，我们来确认我们都柏林湾这些我们所找出来的食谱里面可能是比较低营养级的这些海鲜，现在还捞不捞得到？要去富裕的话，有没有办法？第3个部分也是一个非常重要的层级，就是借由文化还有生态的叙事，能够来推动健康还有永续的海鲜消费习惯。
So several steps were involved in the research project. The first, of course, was to do the archival work, identify historical sources which actually contained recipes, and we identified 7 main sources with over 190 recipes.
那我们有一系列的实际的行动，第一个就是做过去的一些文献的回顾。我们主要来看到七大来源的主要的文献，我们研究了超过190种的食谱。
And here are some of the examples of how to make oyster sausages or to pickle samphire, so plant foods.
这边有一些例子，例如我们在我们国家图书馆的档案馆里面就找到有关于过去一些食材，牡蛎啊、海蚌子啊、鲤鱼，到底该怎么样去烹饪。
And the second step was to bring these recipes to the chefs in the restaurants and challenge them to cook according to the traditional recipes and to identify the obstacles to not just the cooking, but to sourcing the food and also to test if this recipe would be in accordance with a modern palate. That is, would we actually want to eat it?
第2个步骤就是把这些历史的食谱拿到我们当地的很多的这些餐厅的这些厨师这边呢，请这些厨师们来帮忙，我们挑战他们把这食谱呢做看，那找出其中有哪一些的一些瓶颈。首先不只是说他做不做得出来而已，这食材现在找不找得到，买不买得到呢？捕捞的还可以捕捞到吗？还有另外一个部分就是做出来这个东西，现代人的口味如何？大家会觉得好吃，能够接受吗？
And we also wanted to test the ability of ordinary people to cook these recipes. So we called on volunteer participants to cook the recipes with the assistance of some of the chefs and with some modifications encouraged by the chefs.
第3个步骤，我们就是征集大众的参与者，也就是所谓的一般人。那么在这个民厨呢来加以指导、稍微指引的这样一个状况之下，这些志愿的这些参与者，我们邀请他们尝试的来去烹饪，我们给他们这一些历史的食谱。那如果有自己有一些创意的发挥，想要再修正也都是可以的。
So as a result of these trials, we had some recipes that we believed were a revitalization of cultural heritage based on local resources and something that would both be practically possible for consumers to cook and would suit a modern palate. So we had a number of these recipes tried out and we put them online to encourage people to review them.
在这样一连串的努力之下，我们做出了成果。这是一个网站，我们最后选出来了一些历史的食谱里面呢，其实都是代表着我们文化的遗产、无形文化的结晶。那么它有一些满足一些条件，首先呢，这些食材都是当地可以买得到的一些资源，而且是真的可行，大家可以烹饪出来，而且口味大家都是可以去接受的，难度都是不高的。那现在在网站上面都有非常丰富的食谱可以供大众来参考。
If we want real long-term change, we need to encourage young people to really take this idea on board. And therefore, we had workshops with school children who were encouraged to both experience the seafood in its wild environment and to cook the food at home. We did this in collaboration with the Marine Institute.
那同时，我们也跟海洋研究协会一起来做一些合作，来推出一个都柏林智慧食物工作坊。我们认为这样子的一个食用海鲜的习惯，对于环境友善的饮食的习惯，必须要从小做起。所以这个工作坊呢，都是针对于学生。那在这边可以看到小朋友很开心的去做一些户外的教学，去认识这些海洋食物的它的来源它的这一些生态系。那同时你鼓励他们在家里面呢，也可以去尝试这一些海鲜的烹饪跟食用。
Unfortunately, when we were ready to roll this out, the pandemic hit, and we were not able to do these workshops in person. We needed to do it delivered online. So the in-person cooking class could not take place, but instead Niall Sabangi, here at the left, instructed school children on the web how to cook the recipes. And this was great fun.
但是因为活动刚要开始推行的那个时间点，刚好是疫情爆发的时间，所以现场的烹饪课程非常遗憾，没有办法按计划来进行，只好转为线上教学。大家在投影片上也可以看到，跟我们合作的这个厨师叫做 Niall Sabangi， 他其实是用一个面对电脑来去教学的方法。那么小朋友在另外一边就是在自家连线来去做学习，做现场教学。小朋友在自家就跟着厨师的一些教导，在家把这样子的一个食材进行烹饪。
So as a result of these trials and experiments, we developed a recipe book with 12 historical local seafood recipes. We could base this on an inventory of the Dublin Bay marine life displayed in an online map. And we wanted to make sure that these results had been tested. So we did a number of social science surveys of the validity of our findings and the consumer responses. Based on this, we had an output.
这张投影片上列出的是这一连串的计划重要的研究成果。第一个呢，我们就做出了一本非常完善的食谱书，收录了12种历史悠久的，而且是食材来自当地的海鲜食谱。第二，我们去调查了都柏林湾的生物清单，这个清单呢，希望能够做到教育的一个功能，所以我们是利用一个数位比较性的空间地图，而且是放在线上来去做一个呈现，可以供大众来去做查阅的。
So the output is a cookbook. It's a cookbook with one dish per month through the year, so 12 recipes. And the cookbook is freely downloadable. You can simply go to your preferred online provider of books, say Amazon.com. And you simply search for 1 year of Irish seafood, and you will be able to download this as a PDF. In addition, of course, you're also able to request the printed book, but I would encourage you simply to go for the downloadable PDF file, which is freely available and which will provide you with a history of the food, the origins of the recipe, and an inventory of the ecological concerns and potential for each food item, and then a feasible recipe that you can replicate yourself.
那最后我们做出来的成果就是这一本食谱书。这个我们就叫做一年四季吃海鲜，它有非常丰富的资讯。那我们整理成一个非常紧凑的书籍的格式。那里面刚刚讲到的有12则传统的海鲜食谱，也就是说一年每一个月里面可以对照一个食谱。 那么它是一个可以去免费下载的形式。如果大家到亚马逊 .com、Amazon.com， 那就可以来去做一个 download PDF 档。那它当然你有实体的书可以买，同样在亚马逊上可以买得到。但是我觉得可能用这个电子版的就已经非常足够了。那里面最重要的就是不只是讲到食谱，而且也讲到食材的永续性，以及食谱中每一个海洋生物、每一个食材的历史，还有生态的故事也都有收录进去。
So food is an incredibly powerful means of communication. We believe our project reconnected with some forgotten cultural heritage, revitalized it, raised youth awareness, encouraged stewardship of the marine resources, and it all happened in a participatory, interdisciplinary research practice, which we believe certainly benefited our own understanding of the processes that need to take place in order to encourage food change.
这样子的一个研究跟活动有3个独特性。第一，就是来去与当地的所谓的无形的海洋文化的遗产跟资产，能够让大家进行有意义的重新的连结。第二，是提高青年的参与，还有对于海鲜的议题的认识，鼓励大家能够尽责的管理自然资源。第三，是参与式的，而且是跨学科式的这个研究。那么这个点非常独特，也是一直呼应到我们这一次研讨会的主题。同样的，我们也是相信，当我们能够进行跨学科的研究跟沟通的时候，这样子的一个意识，我们才能够推广得出去。
So the key thing is engaging with the public and with industry and across disciplines. Working across these divides is a co-creational process. It is challenging but rewarding. Transsectoral, transcultural, transgenerational dimensions are equally important.
那在这边我们有几个重要的一个学习的一些反思，它是一个共同创造的过程，很有挑战性，而且回报非常的丰富，而且它这个跨部门、跨文化、跨代维度都是非常重要的一个工作的过程。
Another reflection is perhaps less positive because sustainability research is challenging. It's even the concept is muddy. We don't mean the same thing when we talk about sustainability. To an ecologist, of course, the sustainable issue is, will Dublin Bay be able to provide the food to a restaurateur? It's also a question of, will I be able to access the food? And will the customers be willing to pay for it so that I have a profit? And to the ordinary public, it's very much a question of how easy is this, because my time is limited and my resources are limited. So different perspectives and values on the same issue. Furthermore, when we take this idea and try and roll it out, we certainly were faced with the problem that policymakers often seem uncomfortable with co-creation approaches and not sure how to fit them. They know a silo of research and they know a policy silo, but if researchers want to fit the two together, then it becomes muddy. And also how to fund this. Grant calls often don't provide the space for this kind of intersectional and institutional change.
第3点就是永续性的定义，对于每个学门或者是甚至是学者或是一般人消费者的定义，还有切入点都是不一样的。所以知识的提供者就是我们在同一个问题上，我们要去研究，要去了解不同的观点，还有不同的这个价值观，担任协调人、宣导者、游说者，还有教育工作者。那最后一点就是，其实政策制定者他其实有时候不太熟悉什么叫做 co-creation 这样一个跨界共同合作创造的方法。很多的一些执政者他并不知道适合怎么样的领域，政府提供的一些研究的奖助金，通常也不一定会去关注到这一个部分。
If you want to check out the results of the project and indeed read more about it, we do have a website, and you can simply go for FoodSmart Dublin and read more about it.
刚刚讲到的，这个都柏林的智慧食物计划，我们有一个官网是 FoodSmart Dublin， 大家也可以不妨去看一下。
Our project is just one small part of the food transformation wave that is happening across the globe. Many other projects in Europe and in Asia and elsewhere, and as we heard yesterday in Latin America, lots of innovative ways and approaches to encouraging smart eating is happening. So many different ways of doing this. I think what we have shown is that historical research also has a place in an innovative approach to policy change.
我刚刚讲到的例子，也就是我们的欧洲的一个例子而已。像这样子的一个所谓的食品的食用、饮食的习惯的转变的浪潮，已经席卷了全球。不论是在欧洲、亚洲还是拉丁美洲，都可以看到有很多非常有创意的一些做法。那主要的目标就是能够提倡生态友善的一些饮食习惯。那刚刚我们也跟大家证明了，从人文学、社会，甚至从历史研究的角度来去切入，都是蛮好的着力点的。
The take-home message from this is that when we want change, we need coalition partners, and change happens in coalition. It's not just in the context of food. With my colleague Charles Travis, I've looked into lessons for the Anthropocene from the recent past, studies of other ways of encouraging change not in perhaps the policy cycle that politicians want, but certainly in the decadal cycle, not long-term in terms of centuries, but decadal change of real impact, such as the changes in tobacco use, how we dealt with HIV/AIDS, and other types of social transformation, for example, improving road safety.
唯有大家携手合作，才能够来达到共同的目标。其实不只是食品如此，饮食的生态更生态友善的转变如此。我们在看到过去这是我的一个朋友，他我的一个非常敬仰的作者，他所提到他有一本书叫做《人类式的教训：烟草使用、艾滋病毒以及艾滋病跟社会转型》。他这边就有讲到了，其实我们在过去的针对于这几个主题，人类一些错误的观念还有做法，不是几百年，而是在几十年之中，借由大家共同的去努力呢，就可以扭转过来。
In each of these cases, we found that the early results by experts were ridiculed, and also industry tried to silence the experts. But in the long term, coalitions with the public and with change makers at the intermediate level ensured that change did happen. Here's an enormous, rich research field for the humanities to look into. How does this kind of institutional change happen?
他在书中跟我们提到了非常有趣一些例子，也就是说如何借由学界、还有民间、还有一些中介单位的一些合作呢，针对于比如说烟草使用的不当，还有艾滋病毒的一些不正确的了解等一些非常重大的国际的议题，可以带来实质的贡献。所以在这中间，我们也能够再一次的深刻的了解到，文学还有社会学者可以做的贡献，还有可以使力的地方，其实是非常多的。
I will end by 2 slides that really bring out the challenges ahead for us all. Climate change will change not just our climate, it will change the oceans. What is happening in the oceans is a warming, especially of the tropical waters, making tropical waters less habitable for many fishes who flee to northern and southern colder waters. So we will see in coming years a migration out of the rich tropical waters into subtropical, ultimately into temperate and Arctic waters. This is already happening. In the last few years, cod, for instance, has moved decidedly hundreds of kilometers north in Europe. We can see it happening in Iceland as well. So unfortunately, this means that the rich first world countries, which tend to be in the temperate waters, will gain more food from the wild, whereas life in tropical waters in the south will be badly impacted.
在最后一张投影片上，想要讲到的是气候变迁对于海洋的鱼类资源的分布有怎么样一个变化。随着热带的水域的温度的持续上升，我们可以看到的鱼类资源是下降的，因为鱼类为了去寻找更适合它的体温的这样一个栖息地，鱼类它会从这个热带，它会迁徙到亚热带，甚至是说这个温带，还有一些极圈气候比较就是说它的温度比较低的这些水域。所以实际上我们会发现到了相对比较富裕的国家，在全球上的分布主要就是在温带的这些国家，其实他们会有更多的鱼类，因为鱼类从热带迁徙到他们的温带的这个海域。那相对来说，在水温比较高的热带海域的鱼类呢，会慢慢的消失。
So this is one challenge to the future, which is already happening, and the other challenge is more positive to the tropical waters. That's the likely projection of aquaculture. In the current situation, China really is the primary producer of aquaculture, along with Norway and Chile. The potential production based on an assessment of management potential and primary production potential really indicates that there will be enormous shifts in global aquaculture production. So these changes, climate change and changes in where will we source our foods from, will impact seafood production and cultures in years to come. These are the challenges that will impact as well our food habits. So overall, we are living in a changing world. The humanities need to address these changes. We need to understand the global picture, and we need to act locally. Thank you very much.
那么在最后一张投影片上，我们是看到的是水产养殖的当前的产量，上面是现在的产量，深色的地方是产量比较高的。在下面那张图，我们看到的是潜在在未来的一些产量。目前水产养殖产量大国为中国、挪威还有智利，在未来可以看到深色的地方其实是往外去转移的。所以像这样子的一个气候变迁，加上水产养殖地点的转移，会影响到我们未来的饮食的习惯。所以针对于这一些全球的趋势，还有相关的一些变迁，我们不但要预期它，要了解它，要做出相关的作为，要急起而行。谢谢。
谢谢。
Thank you so much, Professor Holm. I think this is a wide-ranging presentation of the importance of the cultivation of marine culture due to the food crisis, why it is necessary to have this blue revolution in terms of the cultivation of marine culture. And you provided in part one a very clear, well-organized structure in terms of science of the cultivation of marine culture. And in part two, you bring us into the day-to-day life of the coastal city of Dublin and how the idea is implemented in this project called
Smart Dublin. And now in terms of the outcome and how you have already online a cookbook, 1 year of Irish seafood, and also the project website, FoodSmart Dublin. And you ended the talk with your reflection on the necessity of transdisciplinary work, and also how changes must happen in coalition, and also important reflection of the global trend in terms of our food culture. So I guess this is really wonderful, a talk of your understanding of the importance of marine culture, but also the practice, the project in your home city in Dublin. Now the floor is open. We would like to invite questions, comments, reflections from our audience. This is sweeping, right? I mean, in terms of macro. And sure, Professor Sally Kish.
Hi, Paul.
Hello.
How are you? I wanted to ask you if, in your involvement with the European Observatory, if this project that you've completed in Ireland, based on your amazing research, has been picked up by any of your partners or partner institutions around Europe as part of the HfE network.
Exactly. Thank you, Sally. That's a really good question. So I hinted at the difficulty of getting funding for this type of research. We did actually try and make a bid for a European-wide replication of this research. So it went to the European Union for assessment. Unfortunately, it was not funded. So this was one of those cases where the reviewers basically said, yes, this is aspirational, but can we actually trust that this will have the kind of effect that can be measured? And that's the measurability problem is always the case, that it will come back to haunt you when you try to argue the case for cultural change. How do you measure this in the short term of, say, a project of 3 years duration? This is one of the challenges that we're meeting. I am pleased to say that there is a new call for research that actually will fund a replication of this approach. So maybe in the future there will be a potential to actually roll it out. But at the moment it's not. We do have one good collaborative effort which is funded, but only with colleagues in Norway, Iceland, and Greenland, where we are trying this approach out. But there's huge potential, clearly, to replicate this, and not just in a European context. So, yeah, Sally, jury is out on this one.
It occurs to me that, and your answer sort of reflects this, that maybe it's most successful in a specifically local context, because the Dublin case is so clear and rich, and maybe what you're noticing is that might be the way to go, that you start with a particular local situation that you can try to transform in these ways. And so is that what you think is happening in Iceland and Greenland and Norway?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That it's so much easier when you identify local participants who really latch on to the idea and translate it into their particular context. They get it. Whereas trying to convince people at a high policy level is tricky. I would say, though, that it's not that people don't understand the approach. They do get it. The EU Commission got it. They do understand that there is a need for this kind of cultural change and that the humanities may contribute. It just comes up against the perennial question, what's the value to taxpayer? How can we justify this investment? So you're probably right, Sally, that the way to go is to really engage with local communities and local politicians as well, who will see the immediate benefit and who will want to have that engagement with the local community. Also, very importantly, you need industrial partners. You cannot do this just as a research project. You need to identify industrial partners who are willing to commit.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul. This is Joni.
Hi,
That was
Joni.
fascinating talk. It was really interesting to listen to, especially when you got to the part about the recipes. And I didn't know that that story about Molly, so that was really interesting. And I was just thinking, sort of in relationship to the question that you just answered from after Sally's question, is that all across Native North America, there are communities doing something very much like what you're doing, which is they are recuperating their traditional grains and foods, sometimes which have gone out of use because of the colonial system. So they're recuperating these grains, but the thing is that after 200 or 300 years, people don't eat those foods anymore, so they don't actually have a taste for the food. And so all across Native North America, there are these local efforts to quote unquote retrain the palate to ancient foods. And the people that are sort of leading up this effort are chefs, so Indigenous chefs. And so I just think it might be sort of interesting for us to do a kind of maybe a project that just looked at grassroots levels, grassroots efforts to change the palate in ways that you're suggesting with FoodSmart Dublin. Anyway, I just wanted to say that was a really interesting paper, and maybe we should connect some of these communities and sort of see if we could build capacity for maybe more widespread. Anyway, just a comment.
Yeah. No, thanks, Joni. Yeah, absolutely. No, we're not claiming this is in any way original. I think the one piece of regional approach that we are really promoting here is that you can actually tap into historical documents and you can identify the recipes, but you cannot just go with the recipes. You need to have that innovative element of chefs transforming it into a modern palate. So there is this tricky question of how far do you go when you transform history into heritage, into a revitalized kind of innovative approach. This raises all sorts of questions to a researcher, questions of public history. What is the role of public history? What is the role of cultural heritage? How far can we manipulate the evidence in the interest of a change agenda? So all sorts of tricky questions actually come forward to the academic side. On the other hand, there is a real need amongst these grassroots movements to showcase that this can actually be supported by and pinned up by academic research that really adds credibility to this change agenda. So I think there's huge potential here for all of us to engage in so many different ways.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting, is that this project that you're doing in Dublin is so much like some of the things that I've seen occurring in the indigenous, foodways and cultures, that just knowing about each other's projects could sort of leverage the whole, effort to go towards what you're calling lower trophic foods. And other people, just might call more sustainable grains or whatever you call it. But I just think it's so fascinating. So I'm going to be talking about FoodSmart Dublin to some of the indigenous chefs that I work with. So thank you so much for this talk. It was fascinating.
Thank you. Also, I want to highlight just quickly that interventions at the high policy level are possible. I was really encouraged by the European Commission actually wanting this. They are concerned. They do get the point. Transforming it into and translating it into actionable research is another tricky question, but at least there is a reception at the high end of policy, which I think may be surprising to many people, and not least the fact that they actually want to listen to the humanities. It's not an obvious thing to invite a historian to co-chair a report on food for the future, but they did.
So I guess because we're literally running out of time. So thank you very much, Professor. Let's give Professor Holm a round of applause. This is fascinating. Thank you so much. So we know that Dublin is one of the seafood smart city in the world. Make sure you check it out. So thank you very much for your time and attention. I guess we'll move on to the next panel where we will have poets from 3 islands. Okay.
Yeah, thank you to Dr. Holm and Dr. Liang. And now we'll just have a very, very brief break. Please don't go away too far or go too far. And we'll just set up the next roundtable discussion. Thank you.请问一下，资讯组有需要先帮 Craig 试 PPT 或是什么的吗？
这麦克有。Hello, Craig. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. And you look great. You look great. Thank
It's
you so much for spending time with us. Yeah, how much I would wish that you come and join us in person, but you know, after pandemic, it's too much. It's too much. Yeah.
Yes, I wish I could be there too.
Yeah, we are a little bit behind our schedule, so thank you for your patience. People are going to take a break to use the washroom, and then we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Yeah.
No problem. I'm just
Thank you.
relaxing over here.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
有开吗？ Hi, we are almost ready to start the next session. I hope everyone has a good break. We learned so much in these 2 days. Okay, so are you
So
ready?
yes, we're about to start. Everyone can please take a seat, and I think some people will be returning shortly. Our next event is the roundtable discussion on food and sacred ocean space. Please welcome the chair of the event, Dr. Zhong Chenghui Zhang of National Taiwan Normal University.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back. This roundtable is entitled Food and Sacred Ocean Space. What we have on this panel include a indigenous poet from Hawaii and indigenous writer from Lanyu, and also a geographer from Taiwan. They will share their view how we are able to see ocean as a sacred space and how their worldview can help us to promote a more sustainable development of the ocean. In these 2 days, I think we talk a lot about HfE, right? Humanities for the environment. We learned that all the participants here, we are a community of common interests. We are the community of environmental purpose, and we should be a community of more vigorous action. Very soon you will see how the presenters in this panel, they are all enthusiastic actors for the environment because they put their ideas into practice and action to give an impact to the society. We have 2 presentations. We have 2 presenters, but 3 discussants. Xiaman will join us in the Q&A session. Okay, I will introduce the presenters first, and then let us share their idea with us. Okay, the first presenter, Craig Santos Paris. He is an indigenous Chamorro from Guam Island. We know how interesting the place is, showing the love and hate between Japan and US. He is the co-editor of 6 anthologies and the author of 5 books of poetry and a monograph, Navigating Chamorro Poetry, Indigeneity, Aesthetics, and Decolonization. He's a professor in the English department and an affiliate faculty with the Center of Pacific Islands Studies and Indigenous Politics program at the University of Hawaii and Manoa. You will soon find him as an activist. When the U.S. government tried to construct a military buildup in Guam, he protests against how that will hurt the environment of the marine life. I think people in Taiwan will feel a deep connection with that kind of action because there's something just happened in Taiwan not long ago. At the end of last year, we have a referendum to trying to stop the government from having that terminal in the Olive Reef, right? 那个大潭藻礁. So we are a community of the same interest. And our second presenter is Professor Cai Huimin. She's a professor at the Graduate Institute of Environmental Education at National Taiwan Normal University. She has a PhD degree in geography, but she also has a certificate in museum studies. Her research focuses on sustainability issues in various types of environments, particularly in small islands, indigenous communities, and coastal sea areas. She's both a humanist and a scientist. We are very happy to have her here. So first of all, please join me to welcome our first presenter, Professor Paris. Okay.
Half a day, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good.
Yes. Do I need to pause for translation as well?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think you need
Okay.
translation.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me. I am honored to be part of this conference. I wish I could be there in person to see old friends and to, of course, meet new ones. I'm really excited to be part of this roundtable and to learn from the other presenters. For me, I was born and raised in Guam, as you know, a very small island, and our food culture growing up was consisted of both some of our traditional foods, such as breadfruit and coconut, and of course fish, but also was dominated by what we might call colonial food culture, specifically American foods, such as canned meats like Spam, Vienna sausage, corned beef, and of course, many fast food restaurants such as McDonald's. About 90% of the food on Guam is now imported from both the US and Asia. And unfortunately, food is also very expensive, so there are high rates of hunger. Now, because of this colonial food system, sadly, many of my people suffer from high rates of certain diseases like diabetes, as well as heart and liver damage caused by obesity. For me growing up, of course, I was not aware of many of these issues. I was always very happy to go to McDonald's and, of course, order a filet-o-fish, a fish sandwich, as opposed to having to fish in the ocean and do all that work. Now, as I got older, as I just mentioned, I too started becoming sick from my diet. And, you know, I started to think about and research more how not only Guam, but other Pacific islands, which suffer from the same problems, got into this very difficult food situation. And so a lot of my writing, both poetry and nonfiction, kind of address these issues brought about by colonial foods, and as well as the entanglements within larger global food systems. And so, you know, as the previous speaker said, the humanities, and in my case, literature, is so important because it can, of course, humanize and personalize, as well as offer emotional viewpoints into this very complex situation. And so I ended up writing a lot of poems about food, as well as these entanglements. Now, beyond being a poet, of course, I'm also an activist. And so I've been involved with the decolonial food movement in the Pacific, what some also call food sovereignty. I've done many events here in Hawaii and Guam related to what we call decolonizing your diet. And that involves, you know, kind of returning to traditional foods, as well as kind of trying to grow our own food and catch our own food, and to eat healthier, and of course to stop going to McDonald's so much. And so, you know, besides being an activist, of course, I'm also an educator. And one of the courses I teach here at the University of Hawaii is a course that is focused on food writing. And so it is a creative writing course. And so my students will write in different genres about the topic of food. In this class, we talk about our food culture, as well as our diets, kind of childhood experiences with food, and kind of some of the maybe body issues that some students might have related to food, such as anorexia and so on. Now, in addition to writing kind of memoir or nonfiction or life writing, of course, we also write poetry. And so I have a unit dedicated to what I call recipoems. Those are kind of writing poetic recipes or thinking about how recipes are a kind of poetry. Beyond that, I also had the students write food blogs, which are really popular among the youth. There's of course a lot of food blogs online that they always read. And with those blogs, I have them write sometimes like restaurant reviews or they kind of can do a food log where they can take a picture of what they're eating and track their diets. As you know, young people always like to take pictures of all the food that they make at home or eat at restaurants. And so I have them also write about it, of course, to improve their writing skills, but also to become more attentive to the foods that they consume every day. And then we also write food fiction. And students always have a good time making up stories about food. Sometimes they'll take place in the grocery store. Recently, during the pandemic, many students have been writing kind of dystopia food future stories, which are really kind of like science fiction and thinking about what is the future of food in a pandemic or in a time of climate change and so on. Now in this class as well, of course, we don't just stay in the classroom, but I also have them do like kind of field trips. And so we have done collaborations with small grocery stores here in Hawaii. A few years ago, we even organized a poetry reading at a grocery store. And that was really fun to have the students reading their poems in the produce aisle while people were trying to shop for groceries. And of course, they would stop and listen to the poems. In that way, we've also done poetry readings at restaurants, as well as during other food sovereignty or decolonial diet events in the community. And that is kind of our way to kind of bring our work in the food humanities to the public, to kind of inspire them, educate them, as well as, of course, let them feel and think about their own connection to food through literature. And so, that's a little bit about what I do, especially in relation to food futures, and just connecting it to the theme of the ocean. Of course, I often talk to my students about the connection with the ocean, especially in terms of seafood, where here in Hawaii, it's actually really difficult for them, and even for me as a professor, to afford fresh seafood because so much of it goes to the hotels and the tourism industry. Oftentimes in the Pacific, we're forced to buy canned tuna or canned salmon instead of fresh fish because that's all many people can afford. And so, through my writing and through my classes as well, we think about the politics of food, especially in relation to, the colonization of our food systems and the ocean in particular, the global food industry, illegal fishing, overfishing, and so on. And of course, if it's in my classroom, then we'll try to take all this information and shape it into a story or a poem where we can talk about these issues, but in a more creative, emotional, and human way. So thank you so much. That's all I wanted to share at the beginning of this, and I look forward to the other presentations and, of course, our conversation.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Paris. Okay, thank you. Now, next, we'll invite the presentation from Professor Tsai Hui-min.
Okay, I need. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you, especially Professor Xinyang Huang, to invite me here. It is my great pleasure to have this privilege to learn from my friend, Shaman Ramhogan, and some friends on Ochi Island, Pongsona Da'u. So actually, this panel, because the shaman have given a fantastic lecture this morning. So now I try to give some background about the concept of food futures and the marine, how we treat as our fish culture and the sacred ocean space and customary marine tenure. Orchid Island as an example, and this is our friend Shaman Ramhogan's home island. So I give some background of this this concept. First of all, when we talk of food futures, that is in previous lectures talk about, we know there are 70% of water of our planet Earth is ocean. So in the SDG, UN SDG, they sustainable development goal, there are 17 goals, and number 14 about life below the water, about the ocean. So according to last year, the Sustainable Development Goals report, we've noticed that, and this is the threat of our oceans under our oceans are under severe threat. All kinds of overfishing, which already threaten our planet and threaten our food futures. So under the UN SDG 14, it's particularly to call for attention that we need to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And overfishing depletes the fish stock. So we need to notice that to support for small-scale fishing communities and the sustainable management of the ocean. So how we do that? I think the indigenous knowledge of marine stewardship and the ethic, the cultures toward the fish and the marine life are very important for our futures. And there's a concept. We know why the ocean, the ocean food already overfishing, because the commercial, the economics driven force. And so under the SDG, the call for attention is to notice the small scale fishery are very important. So traditional marine tenure involved establishing a set of rights and responsibilities in the coastal and marine environment. In our island and the traditional marine tenure actually serve and support this concept. Because the small-scale fishery is not like the commercial fishery. It's in organizing and acting collectively to manage their resources sustainably and resulting in multiple development benefit. So this is the beginning of my talk. Let's learn from the island, Orchid Island, or how they manage their ocean and their ocean space. There's a famous author talk about the Ostrom, talk about governing the commons. We know our ocean is a commons, but now under the modernity, the marine resources actually under the current modern technology is depleting very fast. However, we should looking back to learning from the self-organized community. So Ostrom say, for thousands of years, people have self-organized to manage common pool resources, and users often do diverse long-term sustainable institutions for governing their resources. So some coastal indigenous communities around the world have similar customary sea tenure is commons for their marine resources. For instance, in South America, Mosquito community, in South Pacific, the Palau and many South Pacific islanders, they do know how to manage their ocean resources. And in Taiwan, Orchard Island is a fantastic example to learn from how they manage their ocean. So according to our friend this morning, he just said, fish is not only a source of food, but is a part of culture. It's a respectable spiritual life in their sacred space. So the concept of fish is not only fishery, it's a part of culture and life. And this concept not only from Orchard Island, also around the Pacific Islands. So this map comes from UNESCO link. It's a local and indigenous knowledge systems network. In Pacific Islands, traditionally, each island has their common resources for fishery. And so our studies come to Lanyu. If some of you haven't been there, I make some quick background. Here, Lanyu, here, I don't know how to use this. Yeah, we all know. And they are 6 villages around the island, and each islands own their own sacred ocean space. So this is a survey, the map in the lab. This map was come from 1962, a survey in Academic Sinica. It's talking about the social structure of the island, Botel Tobago at that time. And Pongso no Dau is a language of this island called the Island of Human Being. And each 6 villages, there are many, each villages, they are their own marine tenure, traditional common space. So Dao people, they settle in these coastal areas. Each tribal community has their own communal customary marine tenure and share the fishing ground. They won't over boundary to other villages. Each fishing ground got named by the coastal tribal community. So this is still continue. And here in this panel, we're talking about sacred ocean space. And it's also is a 海洋圣地 or customary marine tenure is a traditional 传统海域 or the ocean commons, which is the similar concept happen in this island. So every year, the main fish coming, this flying fish or libabong, flying fish, they migrate to the island along the coastal current, which become the core part of Dao people's culture. So it's not only fish or food or fishery. And this is the photos, first photos of the island. It's taken in 1896. So many people talking about this island. It is original affluent society. The food is coming, it's a affluent society. You don't need to buy the food. The food comes from the ocean. And the cash did not appear until 1960s. And a famous anthropologist we call Edmund Leach, 1937, he came to the island and wrote a good 3 or 4 articles about the island. He said, this is an egalitarian and peaceful society. People are equal and very affected from the ocean. So when we talk about sacred ocean space, then we can learn from their culture. On Orchard Island and Pongsono Dau, how to make the sustainable way of the food of the fish. First, by time, ecological calendar, never overfishing. Time for flying fish and to manage to govern the life, the ring of life. And very knowledgeable people, indigenous knowledge about the wind, wave, rocks, and the fish. And the social structure, the main social structure of each village. They are fishing teams, They are both building teams. And risk management, everyone is very knowledgeable to know a keen observation people. So this is the one of the calendar of Dawu people, home of flying fish. Each year they will publish this kind of calendar. 3 seasons before flying fish season and after. So 3 and regulate each month how you do that, and not only flying fish and prepare for flying fish coming. So this richer a part of culture and very respectful for fish. So this kind of indigenous culture and fish and ocean is part of life on the island, and the spiritual good ethics about work owner and sharing together on the island. So this is a photo of 1962, 1971. You know how people work together for their ocean. So this is continuous culture. It's never, it's until now still. And so the, however, when modern war after 1960s, Taiwanese people arrived to disturb the island very frequently. Many things happen. I won't say here, but very many things happen. So the conflict is when the ocean is not respected as the sacred space. It's a sacred space of the Dawu people, but now it's Han people come there. So, and the commercial fish boat, they're talking about mass seafood and the fishery, but it's not respectful for the fish. So this conflict between modernity and technology, uneven power. You have motorboat, and this is our friend Simon Rampogan here. He's also activist. So 2007, he chased away those modern boats. Then it's push our government to change the law. So currently, Taiwan have a special law to new regulations in Taiwan to protect the surrounding customary marine tenure. Within the 3 kilometer, you cannot fish during the flying fish season. However, we hope there are more regulation to protect these traditional ocean commons. So this is our not only writer, he is activist to protect the ocean. And currently, there are more and more awareness of young people also try to protect their own community-based management. You know, in the summertime, it's very good to diving and swimming on the island. However, community, they will give warning signs. Do not swim during the flying fish season. They rather to not make money from tourists. They say don't swim, and the warning sign in the flying fish. So and the sign say, please respect the dignity of flying fish culture. Do not play, swim, or dive in this beach. So this is very good community activity. So these kinds of ocean culture marine tenure is for a kinds of activist for cultural survival and for our planet. So sacred ocean space is a key for transmit our knowledge and practice, and for the future sustainable use of ocean. So, this morning we're talking about very knowledgeable people from the island. The indigenous science, including knowing, because the ocean was protected. So the knowledge about sky, star, the cloud and wind. And this work we work with Shaman Rampogam. He is the chair director for the Indigenous Science, Island Indigenous Science Studio. We make this map together, and there are 5 layers of ocean, not only ocean. There are many, many species of fish. So these layers of space is a very deep knowledge which we should learn from. Mr. Chaman Rampogam also practiced he make the boat, he cuts the wood, and sing the song for the wood and for the boat and for the fish. So boat building is a part of daily life. And here is a studio in boat building in the community, work owner and share together, 共劳共荣共享. And this historical map, photos, so continue to now. The fish is work together of one tribal community. Very beautiful and fish. So every year, and there are more organizations on the island, including Island Indigenous Science Studio. The director and creator is Shaman Ramhogan. And there are some keep on growing boating contests every year since 2007. And many other organizations on the island continue this culture. So, our Mr. Shaman Ramhogan, he said, their own knowledge, his knowledge of the ocean is formed through their daily encounters with the sea. Facing the uncertainties of the deep ocean, we learn from the wave, sea, and life. We can recognize conditions of the sea from changing direction of cloud and the rims of the tide. Inherited knowledge and ocean and land is embedded in the daily life of each Dawu person. We practice and perform this knowledge in various forms of rituals performed at a certain time in the night. So this is some of the background for of you, and we can continue to discuss. So when we back to the theme of this panel, we talk about food futures. We know 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean. How do we prevent overfishing? We need to learn from Dawu people's culture and their ethical way toward fish and sacred ocean space. And the continuity of traditional communal marine tenure and social structure are keystones for people of island and our global island sustainability. And sacred ocean space or customary marine tenure are keys for cultural survival. Also, the collective knowledge in ocean, what I just described, the knowledge in place, space, fish culture should be is hidden in indigenous language, should be rediscovered, remapped, and relearned. A lot of should be relearned. It's also crucially significant for strengthening the island resilience or our planet's resilience by passing down this indigenous knowledge to the next generation and keep the sacred ocean space as a communal space. So, Ayoi, thank you. Thank you for your caring for islands and seas. Hopefully this can be a little bit helpful for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Tsai, for giving us this detailed introduction of the beautiful island. So we get a better idea what kind of beautiful environment could produce a great writer like Xiaman Lambuan, right? And also many thanks to Paris for sharing his experiences of offering this creative writing for students and what kind of activities they have engaged with the community there. Okay, so now Xiaman and Professor Tsai, I think it's time for QA. We have two writers here and also we have a geographer. We welcome now the floor is open for questions and feedback and comments. Paris? Actually, last night when we had the dinner, we also have students sharing, reading, and singing their poems about the environment with us. There's a very beautiful occasion. I wish you were here. Okay, yes, Sally? It's on.
thank all of you for these wonderful, inspiring discussions and presentations and creative ideas. I have a sort of small question for you. When you were going through the history of the island, the Tau people, there was a quote on one of your slides about the people being peaceful and egalitarian. And I wonder if you could explain, if you know, what that meant and why the peoples were called egalitarian.
Well, when I the first time arrived on island, I immediately feel that way because very welcoming people, although they don't talk much, we talk too much, and very welcoming and peaceful and laughing, and also the equal of the in social structure, there is no chief. Because each village, there are 6 villages, and each village, they're facing their own ocean. They got beach. So who is the leader of the community? Is who is a leader for catching fish and very skillful for building the boats? Then he could be a leader. So people work together. I think this Shaman can explain more. 我说这是一个 Adamson Rich 说，在1937年的文章就说，他看到兰屿是一个平权的社会，还有就是大家都很和平。他要我说，怎么样的例子？
基本上 ，Edmund Leach 到兰屿，他所看到的是，只是一个西方人的眼光。
When Lynch went to Ponsono Da'u, he's looking at our island from a Westerner's point of view.
我们真正的敌人叫做疾病。
So it's actually a disease.
因为我们没有药治疗自己的身体。
Because we cannot heal our body.
我是说，我们和平的原因，我们和平的原因是我们最怕疾病，我们不是要跟人家斗争，我们最。
对。I was saying, we're considered egalitarian because we're afraid of disease.
更早一点的是，1897年鸟栖龙藏在兰屿的时候，他就指定兰屿是一个爱好和平的民族。
In 1897, so we're considered peace-loving people.
我们不是爱好和平的民族，我们是没有时间不爱好和平的。
We're actually we're not peace-loving. We just don't have the time to not love peace.
因为我们真正面对的是大自然的环境。
Because we are facing the nature. We don't have time to not love peace because we are facing the nature constantly.
从负面的一个角度，日本人殖民兰屿的这个40几年的历史，是因为我们的单纯、我们的诚实，成为日本人欺负我们的本质。
So to look at it from a negative point of view, we're colonized by the Japanese because we are simple and we're honest.
因为 Edmund Leach 住在我的部落，他就住在我的曾祖父的家。
So Edmund Leach actually lived in our tribe. He He actually lived in the house of my grandfather.
许多许多民族的相遇是因为语言的不同，
So when people encounter their language barriers,
所以到现在整个全世界或是包括台湾的人类学家都还没有论述兰屿是海洋民族。
so including Taiwan, there's only few anthropologists saying that we are oceanic people.
可能我70岁的时候才要写这个论文。
So maybe I will write that dissertation when I turn 70.
所以回答 Tony 的问题，我们不是不爱好和平，而是我们没有时间不爱好和平。
So to answer that question, my answer is we're not peace loving. We just don't have the time to not love peace.
因为我们是一个采集的民族，
Because we collect and we catch fish.
所以今天早上我讲的问题不是一个 food future， 我是在讲 food past， 是食物的过去的信仰，我的核心是在这边。
So this morning, my talk, I talked about eating fish is not actually the food of future. I look at it as a food of the past.
人类的社会都在追求未来的时候，其实我是逆着方向去追求食物的过去，是人类如何靠食物采集来过生活的。
So when we're looking into the future, look towards the future, I'm actually looking into the past.
今天蔡博士、蔡老师的这个简报，非常非常的厉害，很谢谢蔡老师，也谢谢 Thank you your question, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response. So Shaman just mentioned about the relationship between his tribal people and nature. I'm curious, Paris, you want to share your viewpoint about the people in Guam? What kind of relationship you have with nature?
Yes, it is very similar. In Guam, we have our most important cultural belief is called Inafamaulik, and it translates as everything being interconnected and good for each other. And it's an idea common throughout the Pacific that all peoples and animals, ecologies, spirits, and so on are all interconnected and related. And so we should always act with love and respect for everything that we consider to be our kinship network. And of course, this is a very deep environmental ethic as well, and related to food, how we respect food, of course, how we feed each other, and so on. And so that, it's beautiful to see this kind of what we might call ecological consciousness really embedded in many of our cultures.
Thank you. Yes, please, David.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so I was wondering, Shaman this morning was talking about young people not engaging so much into the culture and the relationship with the nature and all that. So it looks like the kinship relationship is being broken. And I was wondering whether any of you have inquired to the fish, to the spirit of the ocean, how they feel about that. I mean, can you give us any insights about, are they concerned? Is that something that we can learn from your relationship, the conversations you have with these beings about this process, this fact of humans being increasingly disconnected and breaking this, Yeah, the discontinuity, do we have any insights from non-human beings about this process? It's a little bit.
谢谢你的问题哈。其实我现在有一个应该是叫做 studio or workshop with my son and some people together with me to work for my people 但是我们很低调，慢慢做，慢慢做。For example, to collective our language, our old song, training some young people how to sing a song. I mean, an old song, traditional song. It's like yesterday, I sing that kind of melody of my people. 所以我有在工作，只是慢慢做。我还有另外一个工作叫做民族意识的觉醒的工作吧，就是抵抗殖民。
The awakening of
decolonization 上，对，你跟他讲一下。
So we're actually working really hard, like cultural revitalization, resurgence. We're trying to educate our young people, like teach them to sing our ancient song. We're actually working to reconnect.
我不能直接说台湾政府不好，我一定要说台湾政府的不美丽在哪里。
So I cannot criticize our government, but I will point out the unbeauty of our government.
我们下一代和这一代绝对有鸿沟，有那个 gap， 绝对是有的哦。
So it is true that we have a gap with our younger generation.
今天早上我谈到一个就是那个machine board 跟塔塔拉的一个差别啊，只是简单的来去诠释这个问题的存在性。
So I talk about the differences between a motorboat and Tatala.
这里面的一些很实在的一个问题，就是说，假如我们从后现代性的角度来去思考一个民主的意识的觉醒，不是从西方理论去得到那个民主意识的觉醒的知识，不是从西方理论，不是所谓的走同的观念呢，也不是说走派的思想，我不玩这一套，走派思想我不玩这一套哦。就是说你要反殖民的话。
So look at it from a postmodernist point of view. I would say our cultural awareness or revitalization, we do not come from a Western point of view.
我们从造船这个非常简单的传统的技艺来去恢复传统的技艺的时候，同时也是民族意识的产生的发源地。
So like when we're building our tatala, building our canoe, we're bringing back this kind of awareness.
不过我真的要很努力，因为我民主的教育程度不是很高。
So I have to work really hard because my people are not really well educated.
比较高的是他们赚游客的钱，这个比较重要。赚游客的钱。
The more important thing for them is tourism.
关于说民族意识这个比较严肃的问题，很困难让他们去理解我在做的工作。That is very, very, very difficult.
So it's difficult for them to understand what I'm doing.
所以谢谢你的问题，实际上我们有在做。
So thank you for your question.
Yeah, maybe I can add a few. We mentioned about Shaman Lampuran do a lot of work, including he created the Island Indigenous Science Studio. So to continue and he practiced by himself to perform like building the boat and doing something. But in addition to that, actually, there are 4 primary schools in Ocean Island and 1 high school. They are the many teachers still do work, doing the indigenous education, by the indigenous way. Because according to the law in Taiwan, indigenous education law amended 2019, a few years ago, to request every in tribal school, they need to try to rebuild indigenous knowledge systems and to learn by various way, creative curriculum and teaching way in the school. So now they maybe just beginning 2 years, school teacher have to bring kids to the beach to learn something, but this is beginning. And this beginning not, teachers may not have knowledge like Shamanamagon and many elders. So they need to connect the elders' knowledge and work together to try to revitalize the knowledge. Otherwise, you will only do worry about the young people just caring about building the B&B and make a tourism money, but then you forgot where you come from and forgot the very valuable knowledge. That'll be good, including the food future, because things from ocean. So this is a very valuable and important mission, especially now is leading by Shaman Mogan. He's a spiritual leader, so people will respect him very much and writing a lot. That's why we have people learn from that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Paris, do you want to respond to what we just discussed? Is there kind of similar struggle between the tribal culture and tourism or pressure from the government?
Yes, once again, it's very similar. Across the Pacific, there are actions and hard work by many to revitalize canoe traditions as well as human-fish relations. And it is difficult because many people have been disconnected from these traditions. And, so it will take, generations perhaps to reestablish this kinship. I myself am not a fisherman, but I am in the ocean a lot. And to just answer the question, I do feel when I engage with the ocean that the ocean does, I think, miss us in a way and miss being loved and respected by us. And so I think that is something that is much needed to kind of heal that relationship.
We know you have very substantial engagement with the government. Do you have a useful strategy to share how we are able to make efforts to help with our preservation of the environment and also the tribal culture?
Yes, it's very difficult. Professor Tsai in the presentation, I thought brought up many good issues about ocean governance and marine stewardship, as well as the respect and incorporation of indigenous cultural knowledge. That is all happening in the Pacific as well. Unfortunately, many times it does become a part of the tourism industry and therefore diluted. It also becomes in some ways what we call greenwashing or blue washing, where it seems like conservation or environmentalism, but if you look closely, it's a way for the governments to actually profit and capitalize off of the ocean resources and the environmental resources and so on. And so we of course have to remain vigilant and hold our governments accountable and try our best to continue to advocate for everything that we have talked about thus far.
Thank you for the sharing. It's really challenging. I'm wondering whether you have a community working all together for this. or is it almost like an individual effort to fight against the government or the trend of the modernity?
It's both. It's a lot of grassroots community efforts, a lot of efforts as well as within educational institutions. There is more growing trans-Pacific organizations that, through technology, through the internet and social media, have been able to organize on a larger level and to actually attend international forums to assert our own activist and political agendas. And so I'm seeing a lot more power formed through these trans-Pacific and, of course, in the case of this conference, a kind of trans-Indigenous connections that I feel will strengthen our movements, even if we are perhaps small in number.
Thank you. Good. Yes. Comments? Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. I think we had a good consideration about the situation of the nature and the human beings and also the indigenous cultures. They are more for us to think, and we'll continue working, and also through the Trans-Pacific network. Hopefully we'll do something in the good way. Okay. Thank you, Paris, for the sharing, and thank you very much for participating in this session. We'll give a big applause for all our presenters. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the panelists. And then please head towards the Kitchen of Science for the next event, which is the Thai Traditional Knowledges and Foodway Workshop. And please take your personal belongings with you, since we will not be returning to this venue. 刚刚的讲者是需要再拍一张大合照的吗？ We'll take a group photo, so Craig, if you could stay online.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I will see you some other time, and definitely in person next time. So take care.
Yes. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
wonderful to see you, even virtually. All right.
You too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good night. Take
Thank
care.
you. Bye.
Bye.
closing ceremony. Thank you.
所以我是要从哪边？
它是要
这边吗？所以我就是随时移动。可以运镜啊，就拍着就好。我没开画面，现在开了。画质很差，我来，没办法，这一样，这是网络问题，手机问题。好啊，要不然你来进去啊，等一下我录。我用自己的网络，不是我。对。Is mine better？ 谁的比较好？我的真的是我的，应该是我的，我的很清晰耶。这是我的，这是 Kimi， 没有看到谁。看这个小框框，问安荣啦，安荣传来谁的比较好 ？Kimi 的。你干嘛开喇叭？要收现场的声音，收现场是麦克风啊。
And each of us stay in our room and face the virtual reality. Even up to now, Taiwan hasn't fully opened yet. Not fully open yet. So first of all, I would like to thank everybody for staying with us for the past 2 years. This is resilience. This is strength in facing adversity. This is the kind of persistence that we hold together as a group, as network, as people who care for one another. So thank you so much, first of all, for people coming from outside Taiwan. You wouldn't know how much they have been going through. First of all, apply for a special entry permit. They were in kind of anxiety, whether or not they are going to reserve the hotel or even the air flight. And then they had first take PCR test. And all of a sudden, the policy said, no, you don't have to take it. Okay, good. So we are going. And then they came to Taiwan and confined in a very small room in quarantine hotel for 3+ days. And here they are with Professor Joni Adamson. Turned his back, went into emergency right after his keynote. He pulled himself together just to deliver the keynote, bearing with the pen in his back. And now he was totally beaten up, lying in bed in his quarantine hotel. Look at this. This is what they have been through. And of course, in comparison to the 2 years of preparation, anxiety, fear, and all different kinds of uncertainty challenges that we have been facing here in Taiwan, our team. So thank you so very much. Today with us, also coming from Main Island, outside Main Island, Mr. Shamalan. Heroic. The reason I think he's a heroic is that he predicted there was going to be typhoon. So he came to Taiwan 2 days before typhoon even came to affect us. He settled in a hotel, a small hotel in the alley, just to join us. That really touched my heart from outside Taiwan. Racing with typhoon. And he made it, right? He made it, yeah. And then today, did I tell you that Taiwan had 268 mountains over 3,000 meters, coming from 2,500 meters are our friends from Ataya villages. In 2 days. But the risk or probably certain kind of uncertainty is that before they came to the city today, they in fact was retarded by the landslides, so that they had to clean up the mountain away in order to join us. You see so many people making tremendous effort just to join us as a family. What is that? What is that? It's that kind of interconnectedness that we have to make it there, that kind of passion and commitment that we really have to make it there, as long as we have just started 2 years ago, right? So thank you so very much. Thank you. And our ceremony host for the last 2 years, no, I'm sorry, not 2 years, 2 days, we have this National Institute for us without any cost. Nothing.
I want to thank my team. They are still working there. So for these days, for their help, we can make this happen. And I also want to thank Xinya and all you bring very good and beautiful speech. And maybe we just try to open the floor for the public, and because we come to Vietnam, I can meet a lot of friends here and see how we can do some action together in the future. Thank you. He's our civil official up there, right? Yeah. So she has the power. It's within her power to give us this venue, whatever we want to do here. Before it's open, I mean National Institute, all right? Before National Institute opened, and now it has closed, and we are still here, right? So thank you so much, Yishan and her team. Last but not last, the list is the team, the work team of this conference. By Xinshi taking care of the entire venue. So Xinshi, are you going to come with your group? So everybody, 还有谁呀？有5个那个躺肚子的人过来。过来一下。Okay, everybody. They move the chairs. They don't move the heaven and earth, but they move the chairs. Okay. We have Kimi technology. Hi. Handle the growth. Technology from the 31st of August all the way to today, and now they are still doing live streaming constantly. Your friend probably better home will look at the live streaming and know what's going on in real time that we are closing the whole convention. So thank you very much. Okay. And we have Ethan, Kent, and Yvonne. So Ethan, Kent, and Yvonne. All the color here. Yay! Can I have my team here? So Carrie. Hello, Yu. They're still two. I think that they are still, yeah, 2 more. But I don't know where they are. But I think I really appreciate their work, their hard work, because usually people didn't get extra pay when you work in a public organization. But I think they do their best and they try a lot of things with Zhongshan together. Even we are a very small group, so I really thank for their big efforts. Okay, thank you. All right, it's now time for succession. So, Walter and Ian, the stage is yours.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of imposter syndrome here because I'm not really one of the environmental humanities. I was newly introduced to this great network, international network of environmental humanist scholars. I've been in the field of performing arts for a long time. After 2 days of listening to this really intense but highly productive conversations, I somehow feel there's a little bit of hope for the entire field of humanities. This brought me back to when I was doing my PhD at Cornell. That was from 2008 to 2012. After the financial crisis in 2008, there's been crises of the humanities globally. A lot of jobs were closed. The entire department was shut down, and a lot of my PhD cohort, and with the dwindling of number of students getting enrolled in humanities, sometimes I really have doubts about my choice. And now I became the director for the Center for the Humanities at National Sun Yat-sen University, I came to understand that we're really in a really difficult time in the age of capitalist mode of production, knowledge production. But after these 2 days, I find out the humanistic knowledge can actually have real influence on people's everyday lives. And it's not just about a lot of jargon, about a lot of esoteric knowledge production, but they can actually have actual influence upon how we can imagine we live our lives in the future. And I'm really jealous of those younger students who have this Xinya as a great mentor to open up these avenues for them to see they actually have a bright future, to devote their entire life into humanistic knowledge production. So thank you all for giving me this wonderful 2 days of food for thought. And I look forward to learning more from future conversations with each one of you. Thank you so much.
I have the same feeling with Professor Xinya and Walter. That very appreciate about the whole things of conference. To me, it's really a genuine conference. It's very unusual, very, very unusual. We are walking in this space. It's not it's not a typical conference I used to be. Many years ago, I have a chance to go with our global indigenous friends, to go to Bhutan, to go to Peru. I learned this kind of walk-in workshop. We have to manage people from the very local, and they cannot even speak English. At that time that I was invited by my Dutch friend, Frederick, he wrote me a letter. He said that, oh yeah, they are going to manage a team to get together in Bhutan. And then, but they really need to find the farmers who has the real knowledge about the land. It's not necessarily they need to speak in English. But he asked me to be the translator. He said that you cannot talk too much about yourself. Right? It's very difficult for us as a scholar. You don't talk about yourself. And your research, you have to be very loyal to the farmers. And then we end up with a team. I think we coming from 10, more or less 10 countries, but then over 20 languages, because some of the countries, they bring the indigenous farmers, maybe more than 3. So like in Taiwan, that we invited 3 tribes of farmers to attend. And then in the beginning, I cannot imagine how could you, invite such many different peoples getting together and know common language. But then we, as the translator, we have to make it happen. Keep translating back and forth. But more surprisingly is not the direct translation of the language, but the walking. Because when we walk into the field, the local guide, when they take us to the farms, our indigenous people suddenly, they don't need a translation. They know that what the agricultural products is, and they use their body language, and then they seem to begin to communicate each other because they can see, they can smell, they can do all these things. So that's the kind of a magic of walking, because our bodies are immersed in that kind of environment. So then I want to say that I witnessed this kind of sense in this conference. And I'm so thankful that Ishan she suggests me that well, the science education center could provide such a base for us to do the exercises here. So I hope that we can keep this kind of feeding and this kind of practices going ahead. And then, you know, like in these 2 days that we're talking about many things related to collaboration from the local to the global, from the community to the academic, from the theory to the practice, and back and forth, all these things that it demands many things about the ways. And I really think that the food is at the center. It's like our friend said, because it's simple. Yeah, everybody needs it. Everybody knows it. And everybody can talk about it. So it could be a very good starting point. And my friend said that well, they are so welcome. So they are so glad that they get invited. Though they need to, you know, come very difficult route to the urban area. So they say that we need to sing a song for you. Yeah, and I think that's very special experience that we could be regarded as partners, not just, you know, guests. Invited partners of the partner of the coalition of the, you know, the gathering. And now so somebody must begin. Okay, so I still have 3 days to go with some of you to the field. So let's see what we can find in the next 3 days. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Make us such a rich program. So can you give ourselves a big round of applause? Thank you.